Surface.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Of course, yes.
Hello, sir. Can you hear us? Can anyone respond?
Sir, நீங்க யார் பேசுறீங்க? கேக்குதா இப்போ?
You are fully audible.
We can't hear you.
Sir, Srikanth sir.
Hello.
I am Registrar IT. Srikanth sir.
Audio.
Hello, sir.
என்ன?
Srikanth system analyst திருவண்ணாமலையா?
Hello, sir.
Unmute பண்ணிட்டு பேசுங்க.
இப்போ ஒன்றும் பண்ணாதீங்க, அப்டேட் ஆகிட்டு
அடிக்கடி மியூட் ஆகுது பாது.
சார் வணக்கம் சார். சார் வணக்கம் சார், நான் ஸ்ரீகாந்த் பேசுறேன் சார்.
இப்போ இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணுங்க.
சொல்லுங்க Srikanth, you are audible. Srikanth?
Yes sir.
You are audible, sir.
Okay sir.
Okay.
Thank you sir.
Senthil Kumar sir and Mr. Dharani Devi madam. Madam, you are not audible, madam.
Sir, good morning, sir. Manivanan here. Am I audible, sir?
Good morning, sir. You are fully audible, sir.
Very comfortable now. Okay. We'll start from my system now.
And so far as Mr. Senthil Kumar sir and Dharani Devi is concerned, they are not audible, sir.
One second, sir. I will make them audible, sir.
Okay.
Senthil.
லைன் போவாங்க.
அவங்க இவங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் இன்னும் ரெடியா அவங்க ஆடிபிளா இருக்காங்கன்னு செக் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
சரிங்க.
செந்தில் குமார் சார், மணிவண்ணன் சார்.
Yes sir.
சார் செந்தில் குமார் சார் லைனுக்கு வந்துட்டாங்களா சார்?
வந்துறாரு, ஒரே செகண்ட் வந்துறாரு சார்.
ரைட் சார்.
டவுன்லோட் போட்டுருங்க. இதுல இருந்து கொடுத்துறீங்க. ஆமா. தெரியும் நம்ம வீடியோ.
ஹலோ.
மார்னிங்.
மியூட் எடுத்துருங்க. இல்ல இருக்கா? ஹலோ ஆக்சஸ். இங்க இருக்கு.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes sir. Now I am audible, sir.
Senthil Kumar sir.
Senthil Kumar is coming, sir.
Yes, okay. Yeah, Nama.
Sir,
welcome board sir. Good morning to all. Please mute all the others. Please mute all the others. It's immense pleasure to welcome our Honorable Director, Mr. D. Lingeshwaran, Director, Tamil Nadu State Judicial Academy, to make the welcome address and also make the scope and objective of this program. Please, listeners and the trainees, please switch off your mics. Then only the program will be very participating and also very nice to hear. Please.
டைரக்டர் சார்.
நான் இருக்கேன்.
ஓகே.
ஐயா
ரைட்.
இட்ஸ் ஐயா ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாமாங்க ஐயா?
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாமா சார்?
பண்ணலாம்.
Good morning to all.
Mr.
It's
Sendil
a
Kumar.
pleasure to welcome you all for this program. For this, our Honorable Director, Mr. D. Lingeshwaran, Director, Tamil Nadu State Judicial Academy, now joining for making the scope and objective of this program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nagarajan. அனைவருக்கும் முதலில் என்னுடைய காலை வணக்கங்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். தமிழகத்தில் உள்ள அனைத்து மாவட்டங்கள் மற்றும் புதுச்சேரியில் இருக்கின்ற 2 மாவட்டங்களும் சேர்த்து 34 மாவட்டங்களிலும் இருக்கின்ற அனைத்து நீதித்துறை ஊழியர்கள், குறிப்பாக இந்த நிகழ்விற்கு சம்பந்தப்பட்ட டெக்னிக்கல் ஸ்டாஃப், டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் சிஸ்டம் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டர்ஸ், சிஸ்டம் ஆபீசர்ஸ் ஆஃப் த டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் கோர்ட்ஸ், இவங்க எல்லாரையும் வருக வருக என்று முதல்ல நான் வரவேற்பினை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அதே போல இன்றைய நிகழ்விற்கு, அதாவது இவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஒரு டெக்னிக்கல் விஷயங்களை சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பதற்காக வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற திரு எஸ். செந்தில்குமார், சென்னை என்ஐசியில் சயின்டிஸ்டாக இருக்கிற செந்தில்குமார், மிஸ் தாரிணி தேவி, சிவராம செல்வன், ஆனந்தி, பின்னர் திரு வி. மணிவண்ணன் ஆகிய அனைவரையும் தமிழ்நாடு ஸ்டேட் ஜுடிஷியல் அகாடமியின் சார்பாகவும் சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தின் சார்பாகவும் வருக வருக என்று வரவேற்கிறேன். இந்த நிகழ்வினை வலையொலி மூலமாகவும் நீதிமன்றங்களில் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஹாலில் இருந்து பார்த்து கொண்டிருப்பவர்களாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, யூடியூப் மூலமாகவும் பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கம். நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் அறிந்த விஷயம்தான், அதாவது இப்போ இந்த கொரோனா காலத்திற்கு பிறகு இது போன்ற வீடியோ கான்ஃபரன்சிங் ஃபெசிலிட்டி, அதுக்கப்புறம் கம்ப்யூட்டர் மயமாக்கல் என்பது இன்னும் வேகம் எடுத்து முன்பை விட வேகமாக சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்ற காலகட்டம் இது. இந்த காலகட்டத்தில் நீதிமன்ற நடவடிக்கைகள் எல்லாமே பெரும்பாலும் கணினி வழியிலும் இணைய வழியிலும் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற நிலைமையில நாம் பல மாநிலங்களையும் விட நம் நல்ல வகையிலே முன்னேறி கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அதற்கு காரணம் என்னன்னு சொன்னாக்க, நம்மளுடைய என்ஐசி டீம் மற்றும் மாவட்ட அளவில் இருக்கின்ற நம்மளுடைய சிஸ்டம் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ், டெக்னிக்கல் ஸ்டாஃப், இவங்க எல்லோருடைய உதவிதான் நம்ம அந்த கொரோனா காலத்தில் நம்ம மக்களுக்கு நீதியோடு இணைந்து இருக்கின்ற ஒரு சூழ்நிலையை, நீதிமன்றத்தினுடைய வாயில்கள் சாத்தப்பட்டிருந்தாலும் நீதிமன்ற பணிகள் தொடர்ந்து நடப்பதற்கு, காணொலி மூலமாக நடப்பதற்கு நீங்கள் அனைவரும் தான் ஒரு முக்கிய தூண்களாக இருந்தீர்கள். நீதியோடு மக்கள் இணைந்து இருப்பதற்கு ஒரு வழியாக இருந்தீர்கள் என்பது எல்லோரும் அறிந்ததுதான். இப்படி இப்போ ஒரு வழியாக கொரோனா காலகட்டம் ஒழிந்து மீண்டும் நாம் நீதிமன்ற கதவுகளை அனைவருக்கும் திறந்து விட்டு விட்டாலும் கூட, இந்த இணைய வழி தொடர்பு என்பது ஒரு எளிதான வசதியாக போய்விட்டது. கன்னியாகுமரியிலிருந்து காஷ்மீரில் உள்ள ஒரு நீதிமன்றத்தில் ஒருவர் ஆஜராக முடியும் என்று சொன்னால் இந்த இணைய வழியினால இது போன்ற வசதிகள் நாம் நீதிமன்றத்தில் ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்திருப்பதால் தான் இயல்கிறது. உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்தின் கதவுகளை சாமானியன் ஒருவன் கன்னியாகுமரியிலிருந்து தட்ட முடியும் என்று சொன்னால் அது உங்களால் தான் சாத்தியமாகி இருக்கிறது என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். அதே போல இன்றைக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னா எல்லா சங்கதிகளும் நேரடியாக மக்களுக்கு தெரிய வேண்டும். நீதிமன்ற நடைமுறைகள் மக்கள் அறியும் வகையில் இருக்க வேண்டும், அவர்கள் எளிதில் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்பதையெல்லாம் பூர்த்தி செய்கிறது யார் என்று பார்த்தால் நீங்கள் தான். ஏனென்றால் இப்போ என்ஜேடிஜி வெப்சைட் ஆகட்டும், ஒவ்வொரு இணையத்திலும் நீங்க ஒவ்வொரு மாவட்ட நீதிமன்றத்துக்கும் ஒரு வெப் பேஜ் வச்சு நம்ம எல்லா தகவல்களையும் அதில் கொடுக்குறோம். அந்த விஷயங்களையும் சரிவர பின்பற்றுவதிலும் சரிவர செயலாற்றுவதிலும் உங்களுடைய பங்கு மகத்தானதாக இருக்கிறது. அப்படி இருக்கின்ற சூழ்நிலையில் உங்களுக்கு தேவையான டெக்னிக்கல் அசிஸ்டன்ஸையும் அவேர்னஸையும் இன்னும் சில இந்த செயல்களில் இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட்டை கொண்டு வர்றதுக்கு, புதிய உத்திகளை பயன்படுத்துவதற்கு சில விஷயங்களை சொல்லித் தர்றதுக்காகத்தான் என்ஐசியிலிருந்து நம்மளுடைய ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சன்ஸ் இன்னைக்கு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. அவங்க இன்னைக்கு ஒரு 4 செஷனாக பிரித்து காலை 9:40 1 மணி வரை 4 செஷன்களாக ஹேண்டில் பண்ண போறாங்க. முதல்ல ஹார்ட்வேர் சாஃப்ட்வேர் மெயின்டெனன்ஸ், அது சம்பந்தமான எஸ்ஓபி, ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் ஆப்ரேட்டிங் ப்ரொசீஜர்ஸ் அண்ட் செக்யூரிட்டிஸ், இதை பத்தி எல்லாம் சொல்லி தர்றதுக்காக திரு எஸ். செந்தில்குமாரும் மிஸ் தாரிணி தேவி 2 பேருமே என்ஐசியிலிருந்து வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. அதற்கு பிறகு இன்னொரு செஷன்ல டேட்டா மெயின்டெனன்ஸ், டேட்டா கிளென்சிங், அதாவது இப்போ நாம பதிவேற்றம் செய்கின்ற தகவல்கள் சுத்தமான தகவல்களாக, அதாவது கரப்டட் தகவல்களாக இல்லாமல், ஒழுங்கற்ற தகவல்களாக இல்லாமல், முழுமையடையாத தகவல்களாக இல்லாமல் முழுமையான தகவல்களாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதில் நாம் எப்படி கவனம் செலுத்துவது. ஒரே தகவல் மீண்டும் மீண்டும் வருது, அதாவது டேட்டா டூப்ளிகேஷன் இருக்கும் சில சமயங்களில், அதை எப்படி டீடூப்ளிகேட் பண்றது, டேட்டா ஆபரேஷன்ஸ் எப்படி பண்றது, இது மாதிரி அதை மானிட்டர் பண்றது எப்படி, இப்படி பல விஷயங்களை சொல்லி தர்றதுக்காக திரு சிவராம செல்வனும் வந்திருக்கிறாரு. நெட்வொர்க் சம்பந்தப்பட்ட விஷயங்களை பேசுறதுக்காக திரு வி மணிவண்ணன் இருக்கிறாங்க. இவங்க எல்லாருமே இந்த டெக்னிக்கல் செஷனை ஹேண்டில் பண்ணி உங்களுக்கு இருக்கின்ற சந்தேகங்களை சிஸ்டம் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ்க்கு, டெக்னிக்கல் ஸ்டாஃபுக்கு மற்றும் இதோடு இணைந்திருக்கின்ற மற்ற ஊழியர்களுக்கு எல்லோருக்குமே இது சம்பந்தமான சந்தேகங்களை நிவர்த்தி செய்து இவற்றை எப்படி சரியான முறையில் கொண்டு சென்று நாம் மக்களுக்கு நீதி கிடைப்பதற்கு தகவல்கள் பரிமாற்றமும், அதாவது தகவல்கள் வெளிப்படையாக தெரிவிக்கப்படுவதும் ஒரு முக்கியமான அம்சம் என்பதை கருத்தில் கொண்டு மக்களுக்கு நீதி கிடைக்க வழி செய்யுங்கள் என்று கேட்டுக்கொண்டு இந்த வாய்ப்பினை வழங்கிய திரு சரவணகுமார் ஐடி ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரார் அவர்களுக்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி ஐயா. இன்றைய நாள் இனிதே துவங்கி இருக்கிறது. அடுத்ததாக எங்களுடைய உயர்நீதிமன்றத்திலே பதிவாளராக இருக்கக்கூடிய திரு ஏ சரணகுமார் ஐயா அவர்கள் இந்த பயிற்சியின் முக்கியத்துவத்தை எடுத்து சொல்லி துவங்கி வைக்க வருகிறார்கள். ஐயா அவர்களை வரவேற்கிறேன்.
Respected Director, Tamil Nadu State Judicial Academy, the speakers of this program, the officials of the NIC, the system officers of the districts, and the assistant computer operators, and other participants who are viewing this program through YouTube. Good morning to all. I think it is one of the important training session which we are conducting through our State Judicial Academy, because the persons who come as speakers are in the category of scientists who have got more and vast working experience in the information and communication technology fields. Needless to say, our E-Committee is virtually being guided by the National Informatics Center, who are the strong pillars of our E-Code project. Such a strong pillars of our E-Code project is going to interact with the another strong pillar of the district judiciary, namely district system administrators. As you know that though judges have been designated to supervise the E-Code projects and other information technology enablements, and the staffs are being trained to make necessary entries in our OS and other modules, they are not techno-savvy. They are just trained to suit to the needs of our models. But the real system is being implemented, supervised by the district system administrators or system officers of the districts. So I feel that you are the backbone of our information and communication technology system. Needless to say, you are all working fine. But there is an adage or quotation quote that the technology is best when we bring people together. So our technological advancement must be to link a common man with our system. then only the success will be more to cater the need of the people. So for us, our country is concerned, though the people are accustomed to user-friendly softwares like mobile phones and other things, they are not fully acquainted with the technical data available our portals. So we have to create a strong awareness among the stakeholders of our judicial system, namely judges, lawyers, advocate clerks, and litigant public. So with this background, I would like to give some instructions regarding our working within 5 minutes, and we'll go to the sessions. So for us, our working is concerned, as you know, that we have a High Court e-court maintenance system portal where we have to ensure whether the hardware inventory details, both inward and outward entries, are being updated in the said portal for all court complexes. So it is the main duty of our district system officers to do the same. Secondly, the system officer has to ensure whether the end-step feature is being implemented and put in use in all civil courts. The detailed progress report, at least in a monthly basis, must be submitted to our principal district judges so as to improve the system. So far as e-court is end-step is concerned, you must bear in mind that it is being closely monitored by the registry. Then coming to the installation of Ubuntu OS, you must ensure that whether all the systems are installed with Ubuntu OS and all other OS does not exist. Then the implementation of CIS. So far as the CIS is concerned, whenever new courts are opened, it is the duty of the system analyst to ensure that the implementation of CIS in all courts soon after the inauguration is made. We find sometimes some lag in this aspect, which we need to improve. Similarly, in recent times, we find that the TN-SWAN connection downtime is being more than 2 days in most of the districts. It is sole responsibility of the system analyst concerned to coordinate with the vendors and initiate the connection within 24 hours of downtime. Since it is not done properly, we get a lot of issues with the NJDJ portal. Similarly, in most of the districts, the lag time of Sloani process in NJDG portal is more than 12 hours for several CIS establishments. As you know, the downtime of the Sloani should not be more than 2 hours in any working day. Whereas we have a statistics that most of the districts, except one or few, the lag time of the Sloani process seems to be more than 12 hours. The system analyst concerned must have a necessary attention in this regard, and we are also closely watch this same. Then coming to the data health card. It is the responsibility of our system analyst to create necessary awareness to all judicial officers through the district computer committee to verify data health card once in month for all courts. So far as the undated cases are concerned, our aim is to have a undated cases to 0. So whenever undated cases are increasing in any court establishments, The district system administrators must immediately take note of it and bring to the knowledge of the concerned principal district judges, so that a command may go to the concerned officers to rectify the same. Similarly, though the registry is forwarding periodic reports in respect of youngster, delay reasons report, and undated cases, the progress made in this regard is not appreciable manner. The system analyst of all districts should have a practice of submitting a periodic report in all respect to the PDJ and chairman of the computer committee for necessary improvements. As we have recently issued a circular to utilize the display board systems for the effective dissemination of current hearing case status. The system analyst and assistant programmers should conduct a regular review in the usage of the same. The necessary awareness to use the VC software license should be created among the judicial officers. Similarly, at least once in 3 days or 4 days, kindly go through your own websites where it is lagging to a larger extent. Some of the judicial officers are not properly updating the judgments with the digital signatures. Even without signature or typed, made it as signed, without any indication of signature, the judgments are being uploaded. If any unscrupulous person may download an unsigned signature, unsigned judgment, and may change according to his requirement. So you once in 3 or 4 days, or at least since you have a assistant programmers there, you watch your district court website at least once in 2 days or daily to rectify the irregularities that is being made there. So as you already told you that you are the backbone of the district judiciary in the implementation of eCourt project as well as our information and communication technology enablements. So any lag on your part will directly reflect in our system. I am again telling you that already the performance of our district system administrators or the system officers are good. At the same time, your extra efforts, your extra hard work, and your extra endeavors will make the system in an excellent position, which we must drive for the same. So with this prelude, I don't want to take much time. I request Mr. Nagarajan to proceed and call the speakers to discuss on the topics. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again, it's the session 1. We are honorably calling our presenters to this session, Mr. S. Senthil Kumar and Ms. Tarani Devi, scientist Nick Chennai, on the topic of hardware and software maintenance, standard operating procedures and securities. Sir, the podium is on you, sir. Please welcome.
So thank you very much, sir. Good morning to everyone. I am Chandra Kumar from NIC, National Informatics Center. Can you all see the presentation?
Yes, sir. The presentation on the screen, sir.
Is it visible? Okay. So today's topic is introduction to hardware software maintenance, and you got SOPs and securities. So first let us start with what is hardware with respect to your computer hardware and computer software, and what are the types and what are the examples. So hardware refers to physical tangible components of a computer. As you all know, the computer got the input devices such as keyboard, mouse, then output devices such as printer, monitor, etc. Then important thing is secondary storage. There are disks. Then the internal components are the CPU, motherboard, RAM, etc. When you say software, we have to start with what is software and what is a program. So program is a sequence of instruction written to solve a particular problem. That is it's an interaction between you and the computer. There are typically two types of software. One is the system software, other one is the application software. The system software is nothing but your operating system, which we use, like we use Windows, and we use the Linux, we use the Mac operating system, and the typical system software now has got the compilers, interpreters, etc. The application softwares are that whatever the applications which we use for our day-to-day life. That's you can use Notepad, spreadsheet, Windows Office, your browsers, etc., etc. Then comes software language. The main thing is the machine language, which is nothing but your low-level language, which will be in the binaries, that is 0 and 1. Then you got the next thing is assembly language, which has got the binary language and the combination of your human readable language. Then the third thing is your high-level language, which is purely human readable language. So now, what is a maintenance service? So it includes both for your hardware as well as your software. The hardware maintenance support service are preventive and remedial services that physically repair or optimize your hardware, including the contract maintenance and per incident repair. Software maintenance support services include the long-term thing and pay as you go. That is the instant-based support service. That is, if you face any problem, you attend the problem and go. Then it nowadays it contains the online and telephone, and includes remote troubleshooting support, which is the happening after the COVID situation. So everywhere you just call upon, they'll give you the support over the phone, and they'll ask you to troubleshoot something. And if they can't solve the problem via this medium, then they'll come to your place and physically fix all this stuff. Then the software products and technologies are covered under proactive and reactive on-site services, which includes OS and infrastructure softwares. There are different types of IT maintenance are there. Like you've got preventive maintenance, you've got corrective maintenance, then you've got predetermined maintenance, then you've got condition-based maintenance, predictive maintenance, and reactive maintenance. So the predictive maintenance, here you have got data driven, and now the impacted preset parameters for this maintenance. It's like now you have a PC or a computer, and it must be having the CMOS battery. So you know that the lifespan of that CMOS battery will be 10 years. Then after 10 years, it is going to die. So in that case, you need to replace your CMOS, which is the data we already have that. It's a type of maintenance that is carried out using diagnostic tools in order to anticipate possible failures and try to avoid them before they occur. One of the most important ways in which this type of maintenance is carried out is through the monitoring of computer systems. The next one is preventive maintenance, which includes regular and periodic time schedule based. This is like now we regularly now go for our medical checkup, right? So once in 3 months we go for the sugar test or some other periodic test, something like that. Now you need to do these kind of preventive maintenance for your hardware and as well as for the software. This is very frequent type of maintenance which is carried out in order to prevent possible failures and improve the functioning of a system, but also to lengthen the useful life of the different components of the system. Preventive maintenance is useful in many aspects. For example, it decreases the number of system downtimes, and it can reduce the number of repairs, and it can also detect weak points in the system that might affect its operation. It includes operations like the creation of backup copies, freeing up the hard disk space, freeing up of RAM memory, or scanning and cleaning the computers through antivirus. Active preventive maintenance, passive preventive maintenance are the two types. The main difference between the two preventive maintenance is scheduled at regular intervals, which while predictive maintenance is scheduled as needed. Corrective maintenance. So corrective maintenance is nothing but when the issue is occurred, this needs to be done. This is the solution that must be applied when the predictive and preventive maintenance has not worked properly, when these have not been able to avoid failure. Repair and replacement operations. If the system fails, but needs to be operational again under optimal conditions, then this will include repairing of or replacement of operations or depending on the needs of each and case. One of the considerations to be made regarding this type of maintenance is that only it will be important to solve the failure, but we must also determine what was the cause, and in order to find the possible repercussion that might have affected the other parts of the system and to prevent it from the happening it again. Evaluationary systems. I mean the maintenance. This is the new kind of thing. The thing is that now with this maintenance, you need to replace your old infrastructure, hardware, or the OS, with the new or modern and innovative systems, which you need to adopt to the latest technologies. This type of maintenance is not meant to correct or prevent possible failures, but to develop the computing resource that are available. This type of maintenance will include everything from software updates to the replacement of equipment systems or depending on the needs. Professional system administrators or specialized companies who offer maintenance service are there. This is one of the use case where how the maintenance plan is written and how they are following it up. So maintenance plan is that the written document, then how they are doing the maintenance of computers. Then comes the corrective maintenance where they need to do the repairs and replacements. And in the preventive maintenance, anticipate the possible security system failures in advance and do it. And the latest thing like your CCTV cameras will be there. There how the cabling and all done, or whether they are working or not. So that needs to be done in the advanced level itself. Then comes your hardware maintenance. The hardware maintenance. The hardware is maintained to run efficiently, increasing the component lifespan, decrease the likelihood of hardware failure, and to include the testing and cleaning of equipment. It helps to prevent wear and tear and keep the system function very smoothly. Types of hardware maintenance. There are two types of hardware maintenance. One is with respect to the system maintenance, other one is with respect to the physical maintenance. In system maintenance, keep your system functioning smoothly by managing hard drive space, scanning for the system for errors, regular defragmentation of the hard drive, and you need to do the antivirus updation and antivirus cleaning, and you need to find the malware running in the system and all. In the physical maintenance, which is the key thing, generally nobody does that now. So when the system is now installed, we just like that keep it forever. We don't do the dusting, we don't clean it, just like that. Now we keep the liquids and the other solvents. So they should not be no done. So you need to have a systematic way of keeping the system on a day-to-day basis. The PC hardware maintenance is the process of auditing, upgrading, and maintaining a computer's physical parts to ensure that the components perform optimally. IT hardware maintenance involves caring for components such as the keyboard, CD drives, hard disk, battery, and other peripherals. Here, the important thing you need to note down is the drives, which may be your pen drive, which may be your CD, DVD drives, which may be your hard disk. So you need to take special care for these things, because when you write a backup on these things and you dump it somewhere, and after say 6 months or a year, it may not work. So you need to regularly take that one and check it and put it in some computer and check for its errors or other things. You have to do it. Then there are procedures how to clean your computer. Usually what we do is we ask our the staff to clean the computer. So what they do is they take whatever the cloth available, whatever the liquid available, they'll clean with that with the computer. So that will affect the RAM and other the internal components of the systems. That needs to be avoided. So cleaning your computer regularly can help extend its shelf life, saving you the time and money on repairs and replacements. Remember that computers are especially prone to dust and overheating. So these steps can help reduce risk and keep your computer running optimally. So you have to protect them from germs, protect from insects, protect from rats. This is very important. So if you don't do this, what will happen is the rats will come and bite the cable, and all of a sudden when the system session is in progress, your cable may cut off, and the whole thing will vanish. So for that kind of thing, you need to follow certain procedures. Dust your keyboard, wipe down your monitor, and get rid of your mouse dust and particles beneath the mouse. Clean your systems thoroughly. Power down or reboot your device regularly. Then, as far as the hard drive is concerned, you have to do the defragmentation of the hard drive. That needs to be done very frequently. And back up your data, configure your startup applications and other things. Run disk cleanup maybe within a while, or once in 2 days, or do such kind of things. And install major computer updates. Then there are procedures to remove the malwares. So you have to have your antivirus software updated regularly, and you need to check for your firmwares and complete the signature and do the updates. And if you are using your PCs at home, you need to have the parental controls. So how to maintain your files? So once you have your PC maintained and the hard disk maintained, then you need to maintain your files. So move similar files to folders, delete unused programs, clear out the recycling bin, remove the temporary internet files. This needs to be done very frequently. If you don't do this, what will happen is the malware and other things comes into this temporary internet files and sits on your PC, and it will unnecessarily affect your memory and other stuff. Transfer files to the cloud wherever necessary. And you should have a computer maintenance checklist. This is very important. The organization must create a computer maintenance checklist, and you have to tick what you're doing daily, weekly, monthly, and you report this to your management very frequently. Like dust your keyboard. Are you doing it daily or weekly? So you prepare a chart like this and follow it. Then ongoing reminders, like keep your cards organized. That should be neatly placed in a particular area. Don't overcharge your device, otherwise it will explode. Keep food and drinks away from your PC or your gadgets. Keep your computer room to breathe. Proper ventilation must be there. avoid spam while browsing. Then we have got a PC hardware and all, and we are using it for different purpose. So there are different types of servers. So we will be using it for our applications orientation or specifications. It's like you have file server, domain controller, remote desktop server, web server. File server is nothing but to store your files. Domain controller, it is basically for your security of your premises, where you put some policies, profiles and all. And so wherever you log in, those policies will be updated, and you will get all the files wherever you log into the system. Then the remote desktop server, it will be useful to troubleshoot the problem, access your applications outside your premises. Then web server is, we all know that it's for your portal, which needs to be put it in your cloud server or anywhere, and you need to monitor that one and keep it running 24/7. And why server maintenance checklist is needed? So we need to have well formed checklist, and frequent maintenance will prevent the problems, because your servers are running now 24/7, and they need to be updated very frequently. Then prevent other failures. So best practices for server maintenance. So best practices is nothing but your backup verification, disk usage, update your OS, update the control panel, check hardware for errors, then conduct security checks. This is very, very, very important. So the detailed definitions are given in these slides. What the backup verification will do, disk usage will do, update, how do you do the update, and update control panels, check for the hardware errors, and conducting the security checks. The server maintenance steps needed. You need to have the log file of the server. Keep checking your server logs, access the disk space, examining the folder permissions. This is very, 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 very important. So when you create a file, so you need to give permissions only to the particular users, or the particular file must be having only the read permission, not the executable permission. Then monitor the network temperature application, ensure adequate redundancy of system, examining the security features, installing security software updates, reading server logs, updating antivirus, updating critical service packs. This will be very useful when you use the Windows operating systems. Performing regular compensing backups to ensure that vital data can be retrieved from storage in the event of system failure. This is another case study where PSU, how they are managing their server maintenance with the checklist. So what we have done is we have given an exhaustive 42 steps how you can do the maintenance check of the server. You can just go through this one. Check event logs, antivirus, review data, DFS, distributed file system, respond to daily service requests. So you have to prepare a chart kind of thing, and now keep it ready for doing the maintenance. Then comes software maintenance. Software maintenance is updating the operating system and application programs in order to add new functions and change data formats. It includes fixing the bugs and adapting the software to the new hardware or as per the needs. Software maintenance is the process of changing, modifying, and updating software to keep the customer needs. Software maintenance is done after a product has launched for several reasons, including improving the software, overall correcting issues of bugs, boosting the performance, and etc. When you say software maintenance, it falls into two categories. One is the SDLC, other one is the SMLC. So SDLC is nothing but your software development life cycle, where how the software is developed. Software developers don't have to have the luxury of launching a product and letting it run. They constantly need to be run to look out both correct and improve their software to remain competitive and relevant things. Using the right software maintenance techniques and strategies, it's a critical part of keeping any software running for a long period of time and keeping customers and users happy. Why it is so important? Creating a new piece of software and launching it to the world is an exciting step for any company or anyone. A lot goes into creating software and its launch, including the actual building and coding, licensing the models, marketing, and more. However, any great piece of software must be able to adapt to the times with now, which is happening very frequently. This means monitoring and maintaining the software maintenance properly. As technology is changing at the speed of light, software must keep up the market and changes and demands. There are again 4 types of maintenance available, as we have seen earlier. Corrective software maintenance, preventive software maintenance, perfective software maintenance, adaptive software maintenance. Here the perfective software maintenance plays a critical role. The categories of software maintenance includes reverse engineering, software reverse engineering, why reverse engineering is required, use of software reverse engineering. So the main issue with the software which we normally get from abroad is that they do not have any proper system documentation. So we know how it is working. So what we have to do is now you have to know reverse engineering and get the how it is working and get its documentation, and so that now you can make use of for anything. Then corrective maintenance, which occurs an issue is noticed, which we have seen this already. Preventive maintenance, it includes the regular and periodic time-based schedules. This also we have seen it earlier. Perfective maintenance, modification of software product after delivery to improve performance or maintainability. As with any product on the market, once the software is released to the public, new issues and ideas come to the surface. Users may see the need for new features or requirements that they would like to see in the software to make it best tool available for their needs. This is when perfective software maintenance comes into play. Perfective software maintenance aims to adjust software by adding new features as necessary and improving features that are irrelevant or not effective in the given software. This process keeps software relevant as the market and user needs change. Adaptive maintenance, this we have seen it already. Modification of software to keep it usable after a change to its operating environment. Yeah, look at the percentage of software maintenance. See, most of the software maintenance it goes for the perfective maintenance. 50% of it goes there. So what is the process? The process, it falls into the SDLC, where first it goes into identification and tracing, then it goes for the analyzing the issues or the requirements, then it goes for the designing phase, then where it goes for the the coding and all, then it goes for the implementation, then it goes for your system testing and acceptance testing, then it goes for delivery. Software maintenance life cycle. So once the software is released and it is handed over to the customer, your software maintenance life cycle comes into picture. So again, it has got a lot of phases. Now it will go into that process, and now you need to maintain it. So this is for the process. Again, it starts from here. Modification request comes, then the problem definition, problem analysis, design, the implementation, system test, acceptance test, then it goes for delivery. And if there is any problem, again, this cycle will go on. So the detailed information of how these are happening, it is given in this slide. You may go through this. Excuse me. Then comes the software maintenance cost. The myth is that once you develop the software, when it goes for the production, it will run. But the important thing which we need to consider is that most of your software development cost will be minimally utilized for the development and maximum for your maintenance. That is, more than 50% of your the cost will go for the software maintenance cost. So here, see, for the requirement, it goes for 3%, designing it goes for 8%, then implementation it goes for 7%, then testing 7%. The rest of the thing goes for the maintenance, which is how it is happening, that we will see. See, the standard age of any software is considered to be up to 10 to 15 years. Older softwares which were meant to work on slow machines with less memory and storage capacity cannot keep themselves challenging against newly coming enhanced softwares on modern hardware. So you need to do some migration. So that includes the money. So you need to spend money on that part. As technology advances, it becomes costly to maintain old software. Most maintenance engineers are newbies, and they use the trial and error method to rectify the problem. Often changes made can easily hurt the original structure of the program, so make it hard for any subsequent changes. Changes are often left undocumented, which may cause more conflict in future. So the documentation must be kept, and documentation should be done very frequently, and you should also get the documentation from your vendor when he is developing the software and delivering it. The factors includes the structure of the program, programming language, dependency on external environment, staff reliability and availability. See, the IEEE provides the framework how you can do the software maintenance activities. That needs to be referred and that needs to be followed. The main strategies are for the software maintenance. All software companies should have a specific strategy in place to tackle software maintenance in an effective and complete manner. Documentation should be there, and quality assurance is also most important part of the maintenance plan. So with this, I'm stopping here. Ms. Tarani will continue the SOPs and securities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and welcome to this session. I am Tarani from NIC OTG. We are going to see about SOP and securities. What is SOP? SOP is nothing but standard operating procedure. If you are buying a AC or fridge or washing machine, it may come along with the manuals. The manual is nothing but the instructions how to operate it, how to work with it. Okay, the same way, the SOP is nothing but in any organization or any security, it is a step-by-step set of instructions. So, which compiled by an organization to help workers carry out routine operations. Some work is routine. If, for example, if your Ubuntu system is need to be updated or patch up, or whatever you want to install something, some README files will be there. Or if you want to do that and repeated in a different locations, you may go for SOP. So the SOP may contains the step-by-step instructions to carry out and complete the task. So these are the set of work instructions, or it is a document containing step-by-step instruction to guide the employees or teams on how to perform a technical or repetitive process within an organization. Then why we need a SOP in the IT field? So it will clearly define your roles and responsibilities, and what are the tasks you have to do, and procedures how to install or how to do the task, and give the valuable output to the end users. So, for example, in data centers in the IT field, in data centers may have access policies, or then backup policy or password policies, or how to apply for access the servers, and what are the things you have provided, or vendor or supporters, the SLAs. For everything they have SOPs, the standard operating procedure. So based on that, they will work on it. and the outcome will be your data center work functionalities carried out smoothly. So it provides reliability, efficiency, and consistency, and meeting quality of standards in regular work activities. And the combined SOPs may referred as the operational manual or operational handbook. Having clear and updated SOPs for each process can help to improve the company values or the value or the work in an enhanced manner. The IT SOP can be manual of many procedure, or it can be configured into cover specific activities. So it ensures your reliability outcome and reduces the chances of human errors, and also it improves the communication and the operationalization policies, and also it maintains the operational knowledge and streamline the processes to make the team more efficient. So what are the different kinds of SOP? For example, in a data center, we can use system maintenance SOP, physical security, who can allowed for inside the data center. For example, anyone can walk into a data center. No, they have some mechanism. The security will be there. The authorized persons only are admitted inside the data centers. So logical security, incident problem management. For example, if some incident happened, or some BSNL link is down, or some link is down, then what is the other scenarios? What we have to do if some incident has happened, or one machine is affected, then we have to remove that machine from the network, and we have to safeguard other systems or other servers from the threaded one. So these are all the things. If something happens, what is the next plan? So for example, some natural activities like earthquake or something happens, means what is the alternate plans? Those things will be covered in the SOPs, and how we can immediately react with that. For example, disaster recovery centers may be there. If once a data center is down, then they will go with the disaster recovery center and up the services and provide the continuous delivery of services to the people. So systems change control SOP, configuration management, disaster recovery standard operating procedure, and electronic signature policy, computer system validations, backup and recovery, security administration, and software development, training management. These are the different kind of SOPs, and based on the data centers activities, it may included more SOPs and policies. So what are the common IT SOP components? How the SOP will be? The SOP contains what is the title, when it is issued, what is the version, how many versions it carried out, and who is responsible for this, who is given this document, what is the description, what is the problem it is stating about, or what is the purpose it is going to solve, and what is the scope of the document, which task or which thing it is going to complete it using this document, and what are the policies it may define. For example, if you are installing some software, for example Apache, you are installing in your machine, means the SOP, the Apache installation SOP may contain what is your Apache installation and how it will be installed in your system, and what are the policies are there. And for example, if for Ubuntu system, means how the password policy, how many characters will be there, what are the combinations will be there. Those things will be covered in the policies. And budget, if it is any software related informations or software estimations related thing, then what is the budget of that particular thing. And roles and responsibilities, who are all the stakeholders of that particular task, and who is holding what, and who will do what are the tasks. Those procedures and everything will be covered in that. And definitions, and operations and equipment, resources and procedures. What are the resources are required for that, and what are the procedures? If something happened, means what is the warning it will give, and how we can react with that. For example, if you are installing the Apache Tomcat, it may require Java. So if Java is lower version, it may give you some warnings, or Java is not there, it will give you the warning. So how you have to do with the installation, how to redo it, or other things. If it warnings is given, means what are the next step, how to handle it. Those things will be covered. And testing mechanism, how to test it. If I install using the commands, Apache version, or something related to the logs and everything, you can see it, or you can check with the commands, and you can know what is the how to test the process. It's not about the installation. Whatever the task describing the SOP can be tested. What are the testing mechanisms we have to ensure that the SOP is covering, and maintenance, how we are going to maintain it, and monitoring and service review and risk assessment. If anything happen means how we are going to address it, and training. Training means if anything, what are the steps to install in different machines, or the step-by-step instruction to install something, or to define the task. Everything will be covered in the training. And review and revisions. And also revisions means if your documents is up to date, it should cover what are the changes is made. For example, first version contains the first installation, next version contains how to check and testing, third version may contain FAQ, the fourth version may contain some other changes. So the reviews and revisions, who reviewed this document, who approved this document, those information must be in the SOP. So these are the components and of SOP. So how we are going to achieve this? Is there any formats? Yes, SOP having some formats. Steps and roles and responsibilities. So the SOP format you may choose depends upon your audience purpose and how much details you need to provide to the end users. So for example, I have already said the simple, hierarchical and flowchart based. The simple is one simple task, installation of Apache, that's all. So what is the purpose of that? I am going to install that one. What is the summary? I can follow the step-by-step installations and step-by-step procedure, so it may get installed in my machine. How many sections it may have? That may have 3 or 5 sections. More than that, not needed. This is simple SOP. The DRI is nothing but directly responsible individual. That is nothing but roles and responsibilities. So next one is complex one, hierarchical. It will cover the large scope of that your SOP, and it will give you the statements of purpose, preface, or target audience, and everything. And what about the table of contents? How many chapters are there? Each chapters, how many subtopics are there? And a summary of that, and a detailed step-by-step instructions and multiple sections. Any checklist are there means we can use that also. That those things are covered in the hierarchical. And flowchart based is we can use it for any other based. That is, it's a flexible one. You can go for simple or complex. That can be covered in the flowchart based. It contains the statement and purpose, and it will give you the diagram of what are the steps to be carried out. So I already said that simple SOP format. It gives you the statement of purpose and short summary and bulleted step-by-step instruction in a short table, and responsible table for each step. So hierarchical covers the complex SOP format. It covers the whole organization information into bite-sized pieces, and it covers the statement of purpose, summary of overview, and the step-by-step instructions, checklist, action plans, and responsible teams and stakeholders for each steps. And flowchart, I already said that it combines both, or it may go with simple or flowchart. It contains a statement, purpose, or introduction, and easy to follow the flowchart diagram. So outlining what happens to the various scenarios. If yes means what will do, no means what will do. Then yes, no, if it does not means how we can proceed with that. Those things will be given in the flowcharts or in diagram. Based on that, we can understand the process and we can proceed with that. So how I can write the SOP? So these are all the things mainly needed to write the SOP. Identity, how things work now. So it will give you how the process works and what are the process. You have to talk with the stakeholders. For example, if you are creating a SOP for patching the update of the your Ubuntu system means you have to talk to the data entry operators or whoever handling the server. They have to talk, and what is the need we have to identify. We have to say that the steps, what are the, for example, APT clean all, APT update, APT upgrade, these steps to be carried out each one by one. That is before update I can give means upgrade means it won't upgrade. So what are the packages need to be upgraded, that can be solved with the update command, which will talk with your repository and give you the updated packages. Then upgrade will upgrade that packages in your system. So the same way, that is the thing, identify the process or the work you need to complete. That is the thing in the step 1, identify how things work now. Second one is determine where to document. So if I documented, how can I share with the other peoples? So all over Tamil Nadu is there. So if I want to share, one person in Chennai, they completed the SOP for installing, patch up the Ubuntu server, means I have to circulate it where I can put and deliver to you. So I can put it in your common portal or in your website, means I can download and install by everyone. So how easily accessible? So that will convert in the step 2. Step 3 is identify your audience. Who is the target audience? So target audience is nothing but who is handling the server. If I am using the computer, I may not aware about your server and other steps. So who is your target audience? Based on them, you have to design your document, and for them you have to give the document. So next one is write up the SOP. So you have to write the SOP based on the need, and improve your process. How to improve the process? Update your SOP. So SOP must be updated time to time basis, so that it will meet your criteria, sir. So continue, refine and update. So the versions or the steps, first I said about how to install, after the check, the log, those things, whatever the updations that can be carried out. SOP will be good if you update frequently. So then this is SOP. So what is the risk assessment? The risk assessment helps to determine the vulnerabilities in information system and the broad IT environment, assesses that likelihood that risky event will occur, or rank risk based on the risk estimated combined with the level of impact that would cause if it occurs. That is, if any risk occurs, for example, any machine is affected or a thread, that is a virus affected, means how we have to separate the system from the network and how to safeguard the other things, those things will be there. So the concept of risk is key consideration in a policy making. So we have to do, if anything happens, means what we have to do. For example, backup, I want to take the database backup, then I need a backup policy. So I need who will access that one. I have to restrict that who will access and restrictions or approval. So those things we have to carry out in this risk management, and it is operational methods in an important component in safeguarding the information system, IT assets and IT investments. To conduct IT risk assessment, prepare policy documents, standard operating procedures, and documentation of procedures and process and other IT documents through the consultations. So next one is security. Security is nothing but how to safeguard your system from vulnerabilities. So it's a periodic instructions or inspections. Planned security system maintenance are essential to keep the modern security systems. It ensures the maximum performance, and it will ensure that it will work properly. So it ensures the confidentiality and integrity. Confidentiality is nothing but allow authorized users to access sensitive or protected data, and integrity is nothing but protect against unauthorized access. That is, protect important system files against unauthorized modifications or file system permissions. We should not allow everyone see our data. Only the persons allowed for who will access what, that should be converted in the system security. And the security of the system can be threatened in two ways. One is threat, another one is attack. Threat is nothing but a program that has the potential to cause serious damage to the system, whereas attack is the break the security and make the unauthorized use of an asset. That is, it will break your security. I may know your username, password, I can go and access your data, I can breach the data, and I can publish it to the others. These are all the threat and attacks. What are the different types of security threats? So the security threat can be compromised via any of the breaches, like breach of confidentiality, that is, it involves unauthorized reading of data, and breach of integrity is nothing but involves unauthorized modification of data. Breach of availability means unauthorized destruction of data. Destruction is nothing but you are destroying that data. That theft of services means unauthorized use of resources. You can use your resources without your knowledge. Denial of a service is nothing but denial of service is nothing but involves preventing legitimate use of the system. As mentioned before, such attacks can be accidental in nature. For example, if your server is connected with the net, it can some denial of service means it may able to attack your system with the loaded hits, so that server may down and you can't able to access the system. So main goal of security system is integrity, security, that is confidentiality and availability. So integrity is nothing but the system must be accessed by any authorized users only. So users not having sufficient rights should not be allowed to modify the important system files or resources. The confidential is nothing but accessible only to the limited users, limited number of authorized users. Not everyone can view the system files or data. The availability is nothing but resources must be available for the users. So it should not have stopped by any problems or anything. If the situation occurs also, it may allow the it may have the facility to up the server in the next instance and provide the services to the peoples. So availability is nothing but available to the users, end users, without any showstoppers. Classification of threats, how we can classify the threat. So there are two different types. One is program threats and another one is system threat. The system threats are involves abuse of system services, whereas program threats are written by the crackers or hijack the security or to change the behavior of normal process. In other words, if the user program is altered and further made to perform some malicious unwanted task, then it is known as program threat. We may aware of virus and Trojan horse or trapdoor, logic bomb, port scanning or denial of service. Virus is nothing but it is a repetitive it's a self-repeating and malicious threat that affects that attach itself to the system files. Then it rapidly replicates itself to the multiple places in the network or in the system or whatever it may be. So it is having the ability to replicate itself. So modifying and designing essential files leads to the system breakdown. This is called virus, and Trojan horse is nothing but a worm replicate itself in a and spreads to the other computer via network. It's a type of malicious code or software that looks legitimate but can be controlled for control of your computer. It will take your control and use your information or banking information or financial information. Those things will be affected by the Trojan horse. The trapdoor is nothing but your it is a kind of secret entry point into a program that allows anyone to gain access to any system without going through the usual security access procedures, bypassing the normal authorization or authentication methods. That is called a trapdoor. Logic bomb is also the same thing, but it will trigger up only with some conditions are met. Worm is nothing but it's a kind of malicious malware replicate itself and infect other computers while remaining active and affected the systems. It will active in the systems and it may affect the other systems also. It may corrupt the files or infect or you can't access the system that anymore. So port scanning is nothing but you can, if you are having if the system is open to something, if it is the system is open for network access or network file sharing, then I can access your system with the port number and I inject my files or steal your information from your system. That is port scanning. And denial of service is nothing but I can attack your server with a number of hits and make your server down. It's a denial of service. So these are explained briefly in each slides. Virus we already seen. The code red Zeus and Nimida is nothing but it's a repeated virus. It affects the code red infect your buffer flow, and Zeus and Nimida uses your files, and it may affect your things and make your system down or server down. Already seen the Trojan horse. And spyware is another variant. The spyware, what will do means the same name, it will be the, for example, in your mail contains readme.exe instead of readme.txt. if you click on it, it will download it in your system and it run and it will steal your informations and use it their purpose, or it will give your informations to the advertisements or some other companies. For example, if your NIC mail is there, some mail may come as update your password. If they give one link, if you click on that, it may lead to some other malicious site, and it will affect your it will steal your credentials, and they may given to your needed parties. So these are all already explained, the trap door, logic bomb, and how it will be replicated in many places. This explained in this diagram. And port scanning I already said, and the denial of service is TCP/IP based attacks, and how the security measures are carried out. It's maybe a physical or human or operating system or network system. Physical means you have to allow only the correct persons, not the intruders. And human means that is only the authorized persons can use the system. And operating system means you have to update the system frequently to avoid the problems. And network system means only the firewall may implemented so that everyone cannot access your or intrude your networks. So these are the different types of security: information security, network security, and cyber security. Information security is the main thing. It is it attacks against unauthorized access, disclosure, modification, and distribution. Whereas the subset of information security is cyber security and network security. So these are explained here. So the common cybersecurity risk is social engineering, brute force attack, and baiting and ransomware. Ransomware is nothing but access your system, encrypt your data, and you can't access your system. This one, it's already over. That ransomware is very famous for last year. It affected many systems. And network security risk is denial of service, and zero-day attack means log4j attack. That is, the user may not aware about the flaw in the code. The attacker, hijacker may gain that one, and it will affect your system, so that the user may not able to access your system with or it will take some time to access it. Then security risk means access, destruction, and availability. So security measures, you have some guidelines are given by the NIC, and it is available in security.nic.in. It will give you what are the audit checklist and how the server is hardened and how the service is hardened and other details. It will be covered in the security.nic.in. So if you go to the site, it will cover all these things. So what are the IT policies are there? It will be given here. So based on your need or based on your thing, you can design your IT policies. So for example, password policy. Password policy contains 14 characters, one special characters, or one capital letter. Like that, we can define whatever the need. Based on the need, we can policies can be defined. So for the same as cyber security policy and guidelines and standards. What are the standards we have to adapt and guidelines to follow? Those things are given here. And what are the reference sites we have referred to cover these topics are given here. That's all. Thank you. If any queries, please ask.
Thank you, ma'am. It's time to query. If you are having any queries, please note in the chat box. Note in the chat box will be answered in the last. Thank you, ma'am. Very, very kind of you. And Mr. Sendil Kumar, it's also equally very nice to hear both of you. Very nice. We feel that we have reached the school, college once again. Thank you. It's session 2, data maintenance, data cleansing. Mr. Saravana Selvan, scientist, Nick Chennai. It's a session 2. Sir, podium is ready, sir. Mr. Sivaram Selvan, welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And I'm sharing my presentation here. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, sir. It is starting, sir. Yes, okay, sir. Right. Now the presentation is ready, sir. Thank you, sir.
So kindly confirm me that the presentation is moving. So I am in the second slide. Are you able to see the second slide?
No, sir. Slide 1 is, sir.
Slide 1 is there. 1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah, are you able to see the second slide now?
No, sir. No slide is available, sir.
One minute, 1 minute. I think you can able to see the presentation now.
Yes, sir. It is getting started, sir.
Second
Yes, sir.
slide, third
Yes,
slide,
perfect,
it is
sir.
moving,
Perfect, sir.
right?
Perfect.
Okay, right.
Sir,
So I want to
complete,
confirm
sir.
before starting.
Yes, sir. Getting ready.
And today this session is mainly now it is 10:50. So we will
No
try
problem,
to catch up to 11:40 or something. Okay. So I will try to complete it before that so that you can be able to keep the schedule.
Okay, sir.
And today the plan is to go with the data, mainly data. So I mainly make this session as an interactive session. So whoever wants to have any clarification in between, you can raise the query. There is no issue in it. So data, and our agenda is about data and the cleansing of the data, deduplication and the data operation purging, and mainly monitoring and KPIs and replication techniques and the security. So this is the main agenda for this session. And you know about data, right? Actually, so starting from you, everything is available with you. Maybe your name and your height, weight is the data, and what type of networking you are using, what type of mobile you are having, and which mode of conveyance you are coming is the data. And suppose in the house, actually, what type of laptop you are using, and in which type of house you are living is the data. So maybe that data is need for different people at different stages, actually, right? So here we are keeping our scope for our office environment. So and as an e-governance, actually, so what type of data we are going to plan and how we are going to maintain and how the security has to be planned. So this is the main motto of this session. So data, as you know, that it's a collection of objects and attributes. So what do you mean by that attribute and objects? Actually, already I told you. So data, maybe start with you. Your name is a data, and your height, weight, and color, and then your eye color, and then your maybe all type of what type of card you are having. And in the case of our official environment, for example, in the court, the cases, case list, and the case list details, actually when it is going to listed and what's the name of the ID and the description. So everything is a data, and it has its own attributes, right? So that is the main plus point, and it has its own characteristics, dimensions, and features, actually. So we are planning to suppose if I are discussing about a person, then the marital status, actually, and then if you are going for some transaction, then the payment details and the transaction details and when it has been transacted, and that information is also a data. So with that, how we are going to get some inference on it, and how we are going to get the report on it, and then try to have some business intelligence on it. So that is the main motto of the data. So if we are discussing about the data, then you definitely know about that, the types of data, right? So we can mainly classify, or we can majorly classify it as a quantitative data and qualitative data, actually. So the quantitative, the data can be measured with the numbers such as the duration or speed, just like that. Maybe this will be available in our regular environment also, office environment also, right? Some quantitative data may be there, actually. This is, and another one is the qualitative data. Kindly stop me if I am speed, actually, right? So if you are feeling comfort, then it is okay. If you are not feeling, you can just inform me that, sir, go slow, actually, right? So I am continuing now. And the next one is the qualitative data. The qualitative data is a non-numerical data that is mainly for categorical, and we can say that some yes or no questions, some true or false questions, or some set of list box, actually. Maybe I have some 5 list of items may be there, so that will come with as a qualitative data. And we can suppose, if in the case of quantitative data, it can be classified as a discrete and continuous. So what do you mean by discrete data? Suppose if you have the whole number and it can be broken down in a number of items, so it is a discrete, right? And in the case of quantitative, the continuous data, it may be a continuous, actually. That means it has any in between, So the continuous list will be available from numbers 1 to 100 or 1 to 1000. So that is the continuous data. And in the continuous also we can classify as interval and ratio. And interval data mainly difference between the variables and such as time and other things. And in the case of ratio, it is the intervals where the difference with the determined, such as the height, weight, etc. Actually, so these are all the quantitative data list actually. And we are coming for the qualitative. And in the case of qualitative, we used to have a nominal, and then we have an ordinal data. The nominal data mainly naming variables, just like that, the hair color and the eye color, and we can have the ID of the particular thing. So these are all come under nominal. And the ordinal data mainly, suppose if you want to go for a sentimental analysis actually, and based on the ratings, if we want to classify the data, and suppose somebody has given some application rating as a 0, and 0 is the worst actually, and the rating as the highest 10, so that will comes under the ordinal. So we can say that happy, neutral, or unhappy. The happy is 1 and neutral is 2 and unhappy is 3. Suppose if you want to identify any feedback mechanism, so that can be classified as an ordinal data. Okay, so now come to the attributes actually. Already we discussed about the data, the qualitative and quantitative. Now we are coming for the attributes of the particular data. Suppose if you have any criteria or any field, and what are all the attributes which we can able to define for it. So we can say that it is a quantitative, nominal, binary, and ordinal. And already we discussed about that nominal and ordinal. Now we are discussing about the binary. Binary normally data which comes in 2 states actually. Either it may be a 0 or 1, or true or false, or yes or no. So that will come under the binary data. So the attributes can be defined as it may be a two-state attribute, and it will come as a true or false, or it may be a Boolean, or it may be a 0 or 1, or it can be defined as 0, 1 actually. So that will be come into the binary. And the remaining thing already we discussed about that. And the quantity, we used to have an integer data type, and maybe those who are designing the particular database, that they will define this as a quantitative, as an integer actually, right? So we have a small tabular column here, the nominal, ordinal, and interval and ratio, and where we are going to use, and how we can able to compare. So whoever is defining the data, whoever is designing the database and the table structure, definitely they should go into this, and they should maintain this plan of action. So in the case of nominal, nominal used to distinguish between an equal to sign and not equal to. That means we can able to compare it. Either it may be a equal or it may be a not equal. For example, the employee ID is equal or not equal, and our PIN code, it is an equal or not equal, just like that. And our gender, male, female, and other sections, so that will an equal or not equal. So these are all come under nominal data type. And we have an ordinal. Ordinal may be less than or greater than simple actually. And the interval, it is a continuous, maybe the temperature details will come under interval. And in the case of ratio, it may be a temperature in degrees, and the age details can be come under the ratio data actually, right? So now come to the, we have discussed about the data, and we have discussed about the attributes of the data. And now we are moving little bit ahead, and what we mean by the data set actually, and what are the type of data set which will occur in our day-to-day activity. Earlier, we used to discuss about the structured data. That means we used to have a database. Maybe we can say that it's a DBMS. That is in the case of 1991, 80s, it is a DBMS. That is database management system. And later comes that maybe in the case of 90s and other, after that, we have an RDBMS, that is a relational database management system. And later it will be come under OVO RDBMS, that means actually object-oriented relational database management system. And now most of the things are coming as an OVO RDBMS actually, and we are not restricting ourselves only with the database management systems actually, right? So that these things are come under structured data. But in the real world, maybe in the case of social media, in the case of other list of types, actually, we have a different type of data structure is available. Maybe structured data, semi-structured data, quasi-structured data, or unstructured data actually. So we have to prepare for it, various types of data structure, and this is a must for us also actually. For example, if you want to have a database, that will be in a structured way. If we have another, if we are getting data from other resources, maybe through services, it may be in a semi-structured format, it may be in an XML, or it may be a JSON. So that will come under the semi-structured data. And the quasi structure, maybe if you are coming or if you are grabbing something from the web, and it may not be in the structure or semi-structured data, it may be a quasi-structured data, so that we can the format may be in a different one, and we have to scrap it, and then we have to use it for our analysis actually. So it will come as quasi-structure. And the last one is an unstructured data. It may be in a PDF, or it may be in an images, or it may be in a video, or it may be in an email. But in the real world, actually, we need this type of data also for our analysis. So we should be ready with all type of data sets for our analysis, and then we can fetch the data, or we will try to grab the data from the different sources and try to incorporate everything to make some inference from it actually. So that is our main plan for the data analysis and the data KPI analysis. So now we are moving ahead. Already we discussed about the data attributes and data structure of the data. Now, then we have to move ahead the quality of the data. So what type of quality we need in the data, whether it is necessary or it's a must. Definitely is a must actually, because data quality is determining our report, the weightage of the report and the quality of the report, right? That is the outcome. Maybe whatever we are giving in, and that is will be come out actually. Suppose if we are garbage in and garbage out, if we are having a proper data and the data is in a very good format, and our reports will be in a good, and we can able to get some good inference from it. So that is the main thing. So we have the quality is also a must for us actually. So how to maintain the quality? One is the uniqueness, and the existence of the unique values in a particular data field or particular attribute is a must in a table. So uniqueness, actually, we have to maintain it. If it is there is a duplicacy, then the data value and the report may not be in the correct format. So we have to remove the duplicacy. So uniqueness is a must. The next one is the consistency and the logical coherence within the data of the system that free from the contradictions. Actually, suppose we have an order fulfillment date, and that is not in a correct date actually. So we may not get the original date of the particular order when we have ordered for it. So the consistency is also a must for us. Next one is the integrity. And the integrity, the existence of the data value in the reference table, and we have to maintain the integrity so that we can able to get the correct report from it. So we have to maintain the integrity in the data. Example also, for example, product ID and or any field ID field in the particular table, and the value should be exist in the product reference table, so that it should not be duplicated, or it should not be misunderstood, or it should not be used misused in that. And the next one is the completeness, and we should have the full data. If we are maintaining a field and the data inside the field should be in a complete format, then only we can able to get something good good report out of it. So we have to maintain the completeness actually, and whoever entering the data, he should have the proper way of completing the data, and whoever is verifying, and he should ensure that the completeness of the data is available inside the table or inside the form, so that we can able to maintain the data in a correct format. And the next one is the important one is the timeliness actually, and we have to record the time. And whenever there is a business is happening, or whenever there is a particular event is happening, we have to record the time. Suppose if data is in creating, and during the creation itself, we have to maintain the created date. And if some record is updated in a frequent manner, and the updation date has to be keep into it, and we have to maintain the history table, or we have to make a log table, so that we can able to get some good report, and we can able to cross check actually, and we can able to audit for it. So, and the next one is the conformity, and the data are valid, and when it conforms in the syntax format. For example, which format we want to keep the data, and any pattern. Suppose if you want to maintain some pattern into it, and if it is a pin code, it should be 33, and if it is a mobile number, it is a 10-digit mobile number, and just like that, we have to maintain some format. If you have some case list actually, and the case list have some unique ID, and some pattern is maintaining in your code structure, so that pattern has to be verified at any equal interval. So as we need, we have a data quality index is a must actually, and we have some criteria and ranking for it this also, so that we can able to cross check what type of quality our data is actually, and how to improve the quality that can be maintained based on the ranking into it. And we have a data quality challenge will also maintain, and they used to rank each and every point for it, and they will give some marking to it. and based on that, they will audit the data and the quality of the data. And now comes to already we discussed so many things about the data and other things. Now we have to move ahead. We have some data, right? Actually, so what can we do with the data, and how to make the data? Suppose if it is a raw diamond, we have to sharpen the diamonds to get that diamond is glittering, right? Actually, so we have to make the diamond ready. That is, the data is there, and we have to make it as a diamond. So how to do it actually? So what are all the preparations we have to do in the data? Mainly, it includes that like cleansing and transformation and combining of the data from the raw form into the data that is directly usable in our any model or any report or any other the applications. So that is the must actually. Already I told you the garbage in and garbage out actually. So whatever data which we are giving or we are entering into the system or we are collecting from the sources actually, and that should be in a proper format. And collection of the data and preparation of the data is one of the very, very important area. And mainly the raw data we used to collect from the sources, and what are all the data which has come from the maybe during the system study itself. We used to understand that what type of data will come from a particular mode and from a particular application, and in which mode it will come. Either it may be entering through the form, or it may be from the services, or it may be from a unstructured format. So these type of things can be planned in the initial stage itself actually, and how we are going to make it as a diamond. So that is the preparation part. So during the preparation itself, we have a list of activities we used to have it, and the mainly the cleansing of the data, and the cleansing will come under that the creating whatever error, typo errors, or somebody giving an unwanted spaces, somebody giving some numbers instead of 1,000, they are entering 10,000, or say 2, 3 zeros added into it actually. So these things can be has to be corrected. And some field, suppose if it is a non-mandatory field, and whatever mandatory field, it should be an ordinal column has to be defined during the date itself. Suppose if our data is having a missing value, how to correct it or how to manage that missing value so that we can get a good report. Or if it the missing value, either you have to remove that record row, and then we have to correct to get that report. Otherwise, we have to manipulate the missing value. There are so many other in the data science actually. If you used to go with the data science, we used to... hello anybody want anything, anybody wants to say anything?
No sir, please go ahead sir. I'll verify and I'll switch off the mic.
Thank
sir.
you, thank you,
I'll
thank
verify
you.
sir.
Okay.
Who is that?
So,
which participant?
so data is used to in the data science engineering or data science area. There are different types of managing the data, the preparation of the data. We used to call it as a pre-processing. The pre-processing is one of the important area. Then only we can able to build a model. The model may be in an NLP model, or model may be a prediction model, so that we can able to predict what type of next day. For example, if you want to predict the next inference actually and tomorrow's temperature, or it may be a tomorrow climatic conditions, or it may be in our environment, how many cases will come actually, and what type of codes which is needed, and what are all the things which we can able to predict it, that can be get from the data. For example, for those things we need the old data has to be in a proper format, and it should, the missing values has to be handled there. And another important one is outlier. Suppose if the data is there, and some normally the data should fall within 1 to 1 lakh, and somebody has entered as a 1 crore, so definitely it's an outlier. So that type of things has to be handled by manually, or it has to be segregated from the list actually, so that this type of preparation is also needed. And the transformations, mainly the transformations means aggregation, maybe summation or average taking, or it may be a standard deviation, so that we can able to get some good report from out of it. And extrapolating and derived measures actually. So whatever derived measures or derived formula which we can able to get it from that, from number field, so those things can be taken care from the during the transformations. And reducing the number of variables and creating dummies actually, so we can able to get whatever transformations we can able to do it actually, that will come under the data preparation. And combining, and maybe the creating of view. Suppose if we have a different tables actually, we will try to get the join through the tables, so that we can get some good output of one table and another table with the help of the reference integrity. So that will make help with the help of the relationships between one table to another table. And this is possible, and combining of different tables, combining of different databases, and try to get some good reports out of it actually, or trying to get good inference out of it. Maybe it may be a dashboard, so that we can able to monitor the dashboard. So that is also possible, and we can have create some good APIs because of the combination. So that will, and what are all the set of operators which we can able to manage during the data operations. So this is the cleansing. I am putting 2-3 slides more on the cleansing, because this is one of the important area. When that's why already I told you, when the garbage in and garbage out, so we have a good data, and we will get a good report or good output. So definitely we should give more importance to that data, creation of the data, and study of the data, and analysis of the data. So that's why I am giving little more importance to the cleansing, and mainly during the generation of the data. So we have to be very, very careful about it, and how to get the data from the user or from that external entity, and at the generation point, we can say. So generation point, either it may be a data entry operator who will enter the data, and what type of errors maybe happen at their end, and it should be handled at the application end actually, so that through the form itself. So suppose if we have a age, it should not be more than 300 years, right? Actually, so that normal human age is maybe it may be a crocodile, or it may be some tortoise. It may live more than that, but in the normal human being, we will have around 100 years, that are 110 years or 120 years. So our age should not be 1000, or our age should not be 300 years. So we should be carefully handled in our farm itself. And just like the weight of that particular human being, suppose if we are maintaining the human data, and 500 kg, 1000 kg is not correct actually. So it's an irrelevant or typo error actually. So we should be careful during the data generation itself, or during the capturing of the data itself. And suppose if we are maintaining data sources, if we are connecting different data sources, maybe we are having one data source which is having a gender as a male, female, and other gender. And in the case of other data source, which will be M, F, and O. So we are combining both. So we should be ready with that. If we are combining different data sources, or from one data source, it will maybe in a different format, another data source, it may be in a different format. So the whoever is combining or whoever is integrating, they should be take care of that combination, and what type of how it has been handled in one data set, and how it has been handled in another data set, and it should be maintained between these two. And in the case of kilometers, meters, one is in kilometer, one data set, and another data set maintaining in the meters. If we are combining, it should not be. So we should convert that, and then we should be able to maintain it. So these are all the cleansing area. And another important area which we can able to see, that what are all the error descriptions which we can able to make it, and how to fix it. Number one, mistakes during the data entry. So it's a manual overrule. So we have to try to make the form in such a way that it should not happen during the data entry or data capturing. And redundant white spaces. So we should have some string functions or the pattern functions which should remove that, so that we can maintain a good data inside the database. And suppose somebody is giving some special characters, and we should be careful about that, and there should not be any data should be cleansed before entering it or before putting into the database actually. So we should be careful on that for any type of attacks, maybe some as per our OWA ASP attack actually. So the data during the data capturing itself, that less than symbol, greater than symbol has to be maintained as an escape sequence, so that there won't be any attack on it. Maybe our SQL attack or injection attack should not be there actually. So that should not be, we will handle it in our security part. We will come back later. And the other part is actually the impossible values. So we should have the range between that, so that we can be able to maintain the data very carefully. And missing values, already I told you how to handle the missing value, and how we have to handle during the capturing itself. And outliers, and suppose some data which is completely an outlier and it is not in correct mode, so we should be very, very careful on it. And the second one is that maintaining the data set, how we have to maintain the data set, and how we have to maintaining the aggregation and the measurement of the aggregation, that has to be carefully maintained. And suppose if during the data entry itself, actually suppose somebody is entering as a good, somebody entering as a bad, and somebody is entering as a GO instead of GOOD, they will give a GODO. So that is not correct, right? Actually, so we should be very careful about it, and we should have a list box in the case of instead of allow them to type it, so that we can be able to reduce this type of errors. And ETL is one of the important area, the extract, transform, and loading. This will be go to the Elasticsearch, and we will go for the data dashboard. So before going into the dashboard, the person has to be analyze the data, and then if there is any error into it, and they have to correct it, and then they have to pass on to the next stage of report generation. And redundant white space, already we discussed about this. I am not taking much time on it. And the capital letter, small letter, case sensitive. Some data may be in a capital case, some data may be in a lower case, some data may be in a camel case. So we should be ready with that, and we should maintain in such a case actually which is necessary for the application. And the next one is the sanity check. The sanity check, already I told you the range about that, whether the range should be kept, and if it is wherever possible, the list box can be defined so that the user entry, data entry person cannot make any entry on it. And next one is missing values. Already we have some topics, the different type of techniques which is we are using, and omit the values. Suppose we have some 1 lakh records and we want some good inference or good report it, and if it is possible, we can able to omit it. Otherwise, we have to include on it. So we have to make some null value out of it actually, and we will try to get inference from it actually. That is one thing. And otherwise, if the numeric value and we can able to maintain as a 0, so we can plan for it. And in the case of estimation, suppose we can go with an average mode, so we can get some average out of that list of values which is already we are having, and either it may be a standard deviation or it may be some mean median mode for our analysis, so that we can have a good analysis on the report. And if it is not possible to go with the missing values, so we have to be very strict on it, and then we can take forward without handling that. And next important area, one of the very important area is the deduplication. Normally, we are combining data from different sources, and definitely there will be some duplication will be there, right? And if the data is duplicated, we cannot get a good report out of it. So maybe our application may be in a different stage. So we used to have a uniqueness, and we used to have a primary key for each and every table wherever is necessary. Suppose if we are combining in a different sources, data sources, then deduplication is a must for us. So the two important issues which has to be addressed during the deduplication. The first one is if there are two objectives that are actually represent the single object, then one or more values corresponding attributes are usually different. Then the consistency, the inconsistent value has to be resolved. So this is the first one. And second one, how to remove the duplicate actually, so that the distinct value has to be extracted from out of it, and then we have to get the identical names or identical values out of it, and then we can go with some report format. Or else on a regular interval during the capture itself, we can able to get the deduplication. Or if it is not possible during the capture, and we are combining different sources from different databases, one from district, one from your headquarters, and you are combining. And if it is a single application, then no issues actually. If it is a multiple application, then deduplication is itself is a process actually. So you have to maintain that deduplication at your integration end. So that has to be handled during the data creation itself. The next important area is the purging the data, and when it has to be purged and when it has to be taken care. Suppose, and there is a difference between purging and archiving also. If you have archiving policy, and suppose we in the government, the archiving normally all data has to be maintained for 7 years or something. But in the case of court, it may not be possible, right? Actually, so you have to maintain the data for maybe more than 30 years or something. So maybe you have the different archiving policy. So you have to maintain the data as per your archiving policy. But in the case of live data and the transactional data, you have to be purge some data which is not necessary. Suppose if you are having a log and you don't want that log for more data, maybe a year after, you have to remove the old log, or it can be kept to instead of SAN, the high quality SAN, it has to be moved to the low end SAN actually, or it may be a NAS system, so that it can be a slower end system instead of that SSD mode of hard disk, so that it costs more to maintain there in our data. So purging is also an important area. Data purging is a process which involves that methods permanently erase or remove the data from the storage space. Actually, maybe the storage space we can remove from the original storage space, and it can be kept it as a NAS system, so that it can be put it as an archive, or it can be later on it can be referred to us. This is also based on the archiving policy, and you have to maintain the policy as per your local need, or based on the e-governance applications need, actually, right? And that is very, very important to maintain the performance of the transactional data. Next important thing is the data operations. There are different data operations which will handled, and we used to have that. Suppose if we are designing the things, what type of operations which will handle for a particular data. We have to design in such a way that we have to build the data, build the application in such a way that so that how the data operation is going to happen, and how the data is going to capture, and how we are going to build into it, so that whether it may be in a local system, or it may be a bare metal server, or it may be in a cloud, actually, and it may be in a distributed system, so that this data, how if it is a distributed system, then we should have a big data analysis, and we should plan in a different way, so that all different data can be combined together from the different sources, and it has to be get for some inference for the reports, actually, right? So the data operations and operational area, in the case of development, and it may be agile development, and we should be planned for it, the designing and implementation and maintenance of the distributed data architecture, so that we can able to get that good performance out of it. Suppose crores and crores of data is available. If you are keeping in a local system, it's very, very difficult. If it is even it may be in a bare metal, it's also very, very difficult to maintain. So it should be in a cloud, and the cloud have a distributed cloud, and we have a near DR and far DR which is available. And in the case of near DR, it may be, for example, in our e-procurement, because currently I am from e-procurement system. So we used to have a near DR and far DR. Near DR maybe in Delhi, and far DR maybe in Pune or Hyderabad. So just like that, you can also maintain the data operations and the maintenance of the data in a different across the physical or the geo locations, actually. So that is also must for that. And our application should also be maintained or designed in such a way that so that all type of operations can be planned for it. So maybe it should be based on the objective, and our planning should be based on the performance issues and the need of the performance need, so that the data, local data or the nearby data can be maintained here, and the faraway data, which is maybe district data from our district code or some other thing, can be track it out, and it can be analyzed based on the data operations, and it has to be designed in such a way that so that during the design itself you have to plan for it, actually. So that's why it's a prioritizing of that, selecting the programs and selecting the projects, and these things has to be analyzed during the project creation itself. And now come to the one of the important area. We discussed more about the data, right? And data attributes and data sets, and how we are going to maintain the quality of the data, right? It is very, very good. So we are let us assume that we have a very, very quality data with us. Now we have to go for the analysis, actually. So what type of KPIs which is we need for it, and what type of analysis we can able to maintain for it. So that is also one of the important thing. KPI, the key performance indicator, and that helps to maintain the quality, quantifiable measure of the performance over time for a specific objective. And what type of objective we are, what happened. If you want to analyze only what happened, then we are going with a descriptive analysis, actually. And why did it happen? If you want to analyze for the why did it happen, then we have to go with the diagnostic analysis. And what will happen? That means we are going to predict something, right? So there we will come for the predictive analysis, and next one is the prescriptive analysis. So we have 4 different type of analysis, actually, we can able to maintain. The first one is the insight, and the second set is the insight, and the third one is the foresight, actually. So definitely prescriptive analysis is little longer, and we need some set of data sets has to be maintained, and it should not be in a silos, and we have to maintain centralized structure. Then only we can go for the prescriptive analysis. But the first 3 can be analysis, the descriptive analysis and diagnostic analysis and predictive analysis definitely can happen based on our KPIs, actually. So the data is a must, and based on the data only we can able to go with we can able to create the KPIs, and the KPI will get the good result out of it. And what do you mean by the descriptive analysis, and what will happen? Suppose we have a set of data. We can say that it's an historical data, last year 1 year data, last 2 years data, last 4 years data, and we can able to cover up, actually. So based on the data mining methods, we can be able to get some patterns out of it, and we will get some inference out of it. So that mainly what is happened. So what is happening? So that will help us to analyze the historical data, and we can come to a conclusion what is happening, right? And why did it happen? Actually, that's also possible with the help of the historical data, and we can analyze it, and we will try to get some based on the events and behaviors, and we will try to understand the cause for the events and behaviors, and why did it happen, and we have to correct it actually, or we want to root cause of the problem, and we will try to correct it. So this definitely, these two is very much possible with our data set. And the third and fourth, we need some more idea and some more planning at our end. Then only we can able to go with the predictive analysis and prescriptive analysis. And why is likely to happen? So that with the help of the past data, and we will try to predict the future actually, maybe for the next month, or maybe for the next 6 months, or next quarter, or for the next year. So this type of forecastings actually will definitely have a predictive analysis, and we can able to get some data mining and artificial intelligence techniques, and we can go with the logistic regressions, or we can go with some type of data mining, or with some type of machine learning, and we can try to get some inference out of it actually. So this is a predictive. And the prescriptive, what should be done actually? Suppose this is the outcome I
Sir, the voice is breaking, sir. Please. Sir, hello, sir.
there comes the what should be done, and this is mainly the best solutions, and to the process has to be changed. So now we have studied about the I think I have 5 minutes more. I will try to complete before 11:30, and I will complete some good idea on that replication. What are all the replications, which is because already we have a data, and we have to maintain the data, and we have a inference. We have already, maybe through the business intelligence or through the artificial intelligence, and we are trying to get some inference. Now how to maintain the data, and how to get that replications, and so that the data should not be lost actually, and how to keep the data safe actually. So that is the two things. One is the security, and another one is the replication area. Maybe some 3 or 4 slides are there. I will try to complete as much as possible. So here, how to maintain the replication. Already I told you the near DR and far DR has to be happen, and if it is the database, and the database, how we are going to maintain the database. If it is in a OS level, and the images or files, how to maintain the OS files. And if it is the data store or a document store, how to maintain the document store through the near DR and far DR, and how we are going to maintain the replication. And what are all the type of replications? Mainly the replication strategies we used to have is a synchronous replication, asynchronous replication, or semi-synchronous replication. So the replication techniques actually normally it should be in a geographical location. So it should be of a different geographical location. Suppose that's the earthquake is happening, and one is at one place A, and another one is another place B, and these two are a different geographical locations, so that your data will be in a safe, or database will be a safe, and your data center will be in a safer position. So definitely our near DR and far DR should be in a different location, so that we can able to maintain the data safe actually. So what type of replications which we can able to maintain here? The first one is the log-based replications, and in the case of log-based replications, normally a streaming replication, we can able to, every database will maintaining a log, and the logs has to be shifted from one database to the another database. That means from the master database to the slave database, and we can able to apply the slave database, and either it may be in a point time retriever, PITR, we used to have it, or it may be in a different mode. It may be a live mode, or it may be a query mode, so that you have to maintain that log-based applications, and that is definitely possible, and maintaining the log-based application. So yeah, each and every insert which is happening, or every update or delete happening, or whatever operations which is happening in the live database, it will be automatically fetched to the near and far DR, and the data will be safe at the far DR and the near DR. Whenever the near live DR having any issues, and we can able to switch from the live DR to the for DR with the help of the log-based replication. So that is very much possible onto it. And next one is the key-based incremental replication. And in the case of key-based incremental replication, the replication key is the source. And with the help of the key-based replication, every column have a primary key. And based on the key, we are replicating from one database or data source to another data source. And we can able to maintain the replication with the help of it. Actually, it may be a primary key, or a reference key, or we can have a set of key. And based on that, we can replicate from one place to another place. So this is the second type of replication, but a lot of log-based replication is completely free of manual things, but the key-based replication have some manual interruption is definitely there, and that jobs has to be maintained with the crons, and that will be some DBA has to be take care of that. And the key-based, there are another one is the key-based incremental replication, only the incremental value. Suppose if we have a transactions happening, 1,000 transactions or 2,000 transactions happening today, only that transaction will transfer from one place to another place based on the maximum value and minimum value and next value, and it will be the replication tool will take care of that. But definitely some DBA has to be maintained these key-based replications. The third one is the full table replication. We can say that the log-based logical replication. The logical replication definitely there are so many databases which is used to have a give as a subscribe and consume. So the live database will subscribe the data structure or subscribe the table, and the other one actually we can consume that particular table and they can be able to replicate it at the other end. And mainly in the case of conversion, suppose we have a different data sources available across the globe, and data can be converged from one data locations to another location. Normally we used to have this type of logical replication or full table replication. The next one is the snapshot replication. Normally the snapshot replication which you used to have it for to keep a data at a particular time. And we have two objects available. One is the snapshot agent, another is the distribution agent. The snapshot agent will take care of that schemas and objects, and the distribution agent will deliver that to the databases actually. So that is the plan for it. But the only thing is actually it will be take the snapshot at a particular point of time, and snapshot has to be taken at a time is at a regular interval of time, and the DBA role is also there inside the replication. The next one is in the transactional replication. And in the case of transactional replication, the duplicate of all the existing data will be converged, and the publisher source and the subscriber source, and the publisher will publish and subscriber will subscribe at the other end. So this also can be maintained, and the recent days databases actually they are giving a good subscribe and transactional replication is definitely possible. So we have the agents available there, the snapshot agent and log reader agent and distribution agent and distribution databases actually. So normally the distribution databases can be a document databases, or it may be key values databases, JSON databases actually. So that can be managed across it through the transactional applications. Now comes to the last part, that is the data security. And the data security, definitely we have to, just before Madam and Mr. Sindhil told about that security of the system, security of the overall security. Now we are discussing about the data security, how the data can be secured from protect from the corruption, protect from the theft and unauthorized accesses. Definitely the role has to be maintained across, and the different roles has to be have a different access privileges. Actually, based on access privileges, they can be able to access only their own data and their own servers and their own databases actually, and that has to be maintained based on the administrative controls actually, or the organization policy and procedures. So that has to be maintained very deep in detail, and during the database creation itself, the data security has to be maintained at the different level. And definitely through the application also, if the application should be strong, then only we can be able to maintain the data, and it should be audited in a regular interval. Then only we can, and it should be cleared for the OWISP and in there. So definitely the data security is one of the important and the key area, and we have to take care of the data security. Only the application security is good, then only we can able to maintain the data security. So I think I have completed almost the topic which has given to me, and any query you can raise now, or else we are waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Sivaramaselvan, sir. It's immensely very nice to hear you, sir. how the information becomes data and how it is being duplicated, operated and merged and archived, replicated and securely saved and safeguarded. It's very nice to hear and it's very useful to us. Thank you, sir. It's time for break. Break for tea. We'll resume by 11:45. Thank you. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, sir.
Please
Thank you very much.
reassemble in time. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Please come inside. All participants are hereby requested to open their camera. Sir, at least எல்லாரோட முகமாவது பார்க்கலாம். ஏன் சார் ஓபன் பண்ண மாட்டேங்கிறீங்க? எல்லாரும் ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க ப்ளீஸ்.
மைக் ஆனா
இது பண்ணல. எடுத்துட்டேன்.
Yes. Our next session speaker is getting ready. All you are people getting ready? Brothers and sisters?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Please just open your
Yes,
mic
sir.
and say
Yes,
yes.
sir.
Ready? Getting ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ready, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. It's good to hear you all people. Thank you. Yes. It's
Yes, sir.
time. Yes. Good. Thank you. Please switch off mic. We are going to move the next session. Miss Anandi, scientist Nick Chana, is going to deliberate on video conferencing, which is the new dimension of now and also very important for us because in the corona situation, we handle the courts without closing by using the video conferencing technology. It's very nice topic and also very useful to us. We are going to reach. Ma'am, this podium is ready. Please. Sir, please switch off the phones. Madam, the podium is ready, please.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, yes,
Very good morning to all. Just a second. Sharing. Is it moving?
Click பண்ணுங்க.
Moving? Ah. Yeah. Very, very good morning to all. Now we are going to see the topic about video conferencing services and technology. There was a time when video conferencing was a share. One second, sir. Yes. Screen. Hello. Hope
yes, madam. The screen is getting ready, madam. Please
yes,
move
sir.
on to next screen. If it
Is
is
it moving,
moving,
sir?
then okay. Yes, madam. Good, madam. Very good. Nice, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes.
sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So there was a time when video conferencing was a luxury that only large corporate could afford. NIC, you know very well that we are in this field from 1995. That time only few people were involving in that video conferencing technology and providing the services to the customers. But in this, we need to spend more money for establishing the infrastructure and all. The smaller business could not do this because of they cannot afford to make the investment in that, and not only that, they cannot hire the technical experts also. So those time only the administrator or the expertise people can perform the services. But right, if you see now these days, any child can if you provide a mobile phone to them, within a 5 minutes they will say this is a button, these are features, immediately they will tell. That type of technology, that type of nature has come. And now this technology has become more accessible and affordable thanks to the technology. Earlier we were doing this technology over ISDN line, so telephone line only, and then we were using through satellite communication mode. Then once that lease line connectivity has come during 2000, afterwards, the fiber connectivity, and we are getting an enormous bandwidth. Because those days we were getting a 128 kbps itself, it's a big thing. And even the ISDN line, we were having only 128 kilobits per second only. With that, we were managing the conference, point-to-point conference or multi-point conference. But now these days, we are getting a bandwidth in megabits. Even our video conferencing, we can hold at a rate of 6 Mbps per second. Where we started 128K, now we landed in 6 Mbps. So that much of technology have come. And so we are, thanks to the continued development of technology, not only the network side, even the software side also. Initially, there was no encryption technology. So the conference between 2-point or multi-point, it is not secured one. Then later some stage, the secured part is more essential, we felt. Then accordingly, the developers also acquired the skills and they developed the algorithms to provide secured video conferencing, whether it is a hardware based or software based. And the next one is the sudden outbreak of COVID-19. And the video conferencing is it's an integral part of our daily work life and played a vital role for virtual communication from office, workplace to work from home. And during 2020, if you see, even the student, any school student or college student, they all attended the classes through online. So they won't be knowing that is a video conferencing. It's a online classes or virtual classes or smart classes or webinars or webcasting. But these are possible because of the technology only. And this technology proved to be a very effective and mitigated the challenge imposed by pandemic. Because in the pandemic time, we can't travel one place to another place. But we have to do our daily work life. So this video conferencing helped a lot. And let's take the deep dive into the subject of video conferencing. Okay, what is video conferencing? So everyone knows this. It's a face-to-face meeting, but the people will be in the different locations. So they need not present at their one location. So example, this is our conference right now. This is through video conferencing. I'm sitting at my office and you are joining from various parts of the state. And currently more than 70 people have joined. So we are not in a same location or same room, but we felt now that we are in a virtual room. And it's a live visual connection between us. Yes, whatever I'm just telling, immediately you are getting, and you are also immediately responding to my queries, or I'm also responding to your queries. And this is more effective and faster collaboration. Okay, what is the advantages? We can save time. We can save our cost also. See, if you see the cost means we can split into two types. One is the VC infrastructure. The next one is the network infrastructure. To establish these two things, we need only the one-time investment, whether it is a hardware-based or software-based, whatever it is. Okay, then the recurring expenses. So in the recurring expenses, if you analyze, if you give this project to any business analytics, so they will say that how much money we saved while attending through video conferencing instead of the physical meeting. And it increases productivity. Yes, of course, we all realized during the COVID time, bringing in the remote workers face to face within our office employees can boost productivity at both ends. And during the 2020, all the business continued only. They didn't stop it or they didn't shut down their business. Then faster decision making. So, and this meetings can also help the teams to discuss through online at any time, irrespective of the physical location. And they can discuss online and even they can share. There are plenty of tools are available they can share their data, or they can share their details within their group team meeting. Okay, and then application. So this video conferencing, we know that it's a face-to-face meeting, we know that. And who can use it? Anyone. We have seen past 2 years, from the school student to the professor and the big corporates and cinefield people or celebrities and our honorable prime minister, honorable governor, honorable president of India, and political leaders. So everyone is using. And these video conference services can be used for meetings, technical design review, collaborative activities. Because in NIC, we are doing regularly through video conferencing. Say example, if we take any projects and all, we develop one model in Chennai, and another team in Kolkata, they will develop another module. So we do discussing through the video conferencing itself. This is a technical meeting or some knowledge sharing or demonstration or even any further development discussion. This can be done. Then next is telemedicine. We have seen many telemedicine even during past 2 years. Even when I was sick, I called my my family doctor through Skype only, because I was sick and I couldn't come out of my home. So I got a consultation through online only, not online, it's a video meeting only. And then distance learning. Distance learning, even the students and all, their education, past 2 years, everyone, if you see that 2021 batch, any student, they are the online students only. So the online classes means it is a replacement of the traditional board with the sophisticated visual screens or slides and all. But the virtual classroom is a permanent room. The virtual classroom means we cannot change a studio. The students in that campus will go there and will attend the session. The professor may be from the any part of the place. He will give his lecture or guest lecture through video conferencing. That is a virtual classroom. That's a permanent setup. And then webcasting also. Even after recording the session, we can streaming. So these are the thing comes under the distance learning. And even people are attending one-to-one WhatsApp classes or Zoom classes. If you see that from morning, there is a yoga batch. They are giving classes in the Zoom meeting, and bhajan group, sloga groups, and even official meeting or personal meeting. Anything can happen. We can use from Skype or Zoom or even WhatsApp. So we are unknowingly we are using these tools in our daily life. And the next part is that judiciary. Even judiciary also we have implemented in Supreme Court, High Court, and district courts and jails. They are using software based as well as hardware based also. And then VVIPs events and addressed by the honorable Prime Minister or our President, the audience, and even inaugurations. And these can be done through video conferencing. Okay, what are the categories? As I told you, NIC, we started with the studio-based network. So what is a studio-based network? It's a permanent setup. I cannot shift that room out of this building. It is a permanent room created for this purpose, and with the full video conferencing infrastructure and network connectivity. Network connectivity can be anything, but with a good bandwidth with a static IP address. And from there, I can call any other studio. It's a one-to-one. For example, from NIC Chennai, I can call NIC Kolkata or NIC Jharkhand. And suppose if I want to make a multi-point call, you are having a multi-point facility also by dialing a conference ID or IP address of the remote MCU. I can also join in a multi-conference also. So through studio-based, we can perform point-to-point as well as multi-point conference. It's a hardware-based only. Then next is the cloud-based desktop. This is purely software-based one, where we can attend from anywhere, any network, any browser, any device. Then the third one is a hybrid VC. Hybrid VC is nothing but the combination only. From using my studio, I can also join in a cloud-based platform. Okay, see this studio-based VC system for a small business people, small group of meeting, we can have a small setup. It's a portable. We can shift from one room to another room, one building to another building. It is a small portable device. And it's a less expensive only. It's a hardly 2 lakhs per unit only. And the room, people can participate roughly 10 people because of the camera capacity. The camera can capture only that much people. Then next one is a large group video conferencing. This is like a auditorium, big auditorium, where 100 people are attending or 200 people are attending the gathering or some events. And this is the very big devices will be used, and very expensive devices will be used, and large screens. Sometimes a video wall can be used. And then next one is a telepresence. It's a form of the video conferencing only with a large screen. You can feel that it gives a geographically separated participants a sense of being together in the same location. You will feel that people are inside the same room only. You will feel that. Okay, so we know that video conferencing means definitely we need a camera and microphone. These are very, very sensitive. If you are having a poor quality of camera, then actually your quality of video conferencing will go down. Similarly, if you are not having a good microphone, so what will happen? Echo will be coming or some noise will be coming. So the people in the meeting, they will get irritated of attending your lecture or your presentation. So for good video conferencing, we need a good camera, good microphone, and display screen is to view the remote people. See, I can see you on a big screen or even projector. Even I can see you on the PC monitor also I can use. And then interactive boards and document camera, and these are the additional optional components only. And streaming also, if I need, see, say example, if I am using this application for my regular meetings, so I don't need to do streaming, and I don't need to do any recording. Suppose if I am holding some confidential meeting or some thing should be recorded in a file, then that time I need to record the conferences. So I need that server. And so sometimes I need to broadcast this event. Live streaming should be done. So I need a streaming server also. These are the optionals. So basically I need good camera, good microphone, and good display screen. These are the input and output devices. And the codec. Codec is the main heart of the application, which only does this, all the magic. This only does this. Okay, these are fine. But without a network, this is only toy. So the next part is a network. So network, it should have a very good bandwidth. Okay, cameras, I told you. Even camera means we are having mobile camera, and even laptop is we are also having integrated cameras. And if you go to the market, you can see many models of camera. Pen camera is there and button camera is there. But for video conferencing, we need a good quality of camera. Minimum this is 1080p is required. Then only the eye to eye you can feel that is happening continuously. Otherwise, you will get a blurred images or some pixel frames broken images only you will be getting. So for video conferencing, you should select a proper good camera with a high speed, and it should have a pan tilt zoom, PTZ we call. Why we need PTZ? Suppose if you are a host, then you need to show your so suppose if you are attending as a guest, you don't require, you need only one small camera. Suppose if you are a host, then you may like to show your other colleagues also who are sitting next to you, or if you are in a meeting, then you need to show particularly whoever is speaking, so you need to show them. So you have to sometimes zoom in, you have to zoom out, and you have to tilt it, and you have to pan it. So accordingly, that for application, which type of conference you are using, that time you need to select the PTZ camera. And lossless HD zoom, because what is lossless? That means whatever it is capturing, because the camera in front of you, that will capture the images that should be given to the card. Suppose if you are using software based, means it should be given to the capture card without any loss. Suppose if it is capturing a 1080p, means it should be given to the 1080 without any compression. 10 means 10, 20 means 20, like that. So without any loss, it should capture, and it should be given to that device or the software. And autofocus lens, and auto tracking, and position presets. In a board meeting and all, we'll be designing that whoever is speaking first and who is the audience side, and like that we will fix it the some chairs and all. So like that we can also preset the position. So within a second we can show it by selecting the number of preset. Then the camera should have a good field of view. Suppose if you buy one camera from Amazon, it's 1,000 rupees. It will capture you when you come near to the camera. If you go back, it will not cover. That means what? The camera FOV, that is field of view, is less. It should be minimum 100 or 110. Then only it can cover the wide space. Then far-end camera control. This requires in a studio-based meeting, and even the telejustice, the one side people wants to confirm whether whoever is in that room, they want to check it by using this far-end control. Then these cameras should be controlled from the remote also. So these are the features should be available in the HD camera. Accordingly, we should select. Then next, another part is the microphone. As I said, if the microphone, if I'm selecting a very ordinary quality, then even my presentation is a very good presentation I have developed, I'm having. But what is the use if my microphone is not a good one? So you won't get that you can't hear my presentation clearly. You can't hear it. So the pickup patterns. See the microphone in front of you. There is a microphone. Okay, there are two type of pickup patterns. One is omnidirectional. That means from anywhere. So it picks from the left or right or top or bottom. So that is omnidirectional. And directional microphone is nothing but we hold like this handheld microphone or even collar microphone. And sometimes from top, we also hang some microphones from ceiling and all. And even we keep microphones in a tabletop. So these are the coming under the directional category, because it picks only from the only particular direction. Suppose if I hold mic like this, then only my audio will be clear to you. If I hold like this, you will get a feeble of my voice. So there are two types. One is the omnidirectional and another one is the directional microphone. Okay, and the placing of the microphone is also very, very important in the boardroom. I'm talking about this is a studio-based type of technology. Okay, so the pickup pattern is very, very important. That will only determine the range of the directions from which the sound is captured. So if I keep it in the center, it is a omnidirectional, no? So I need to place it in a right place. Then only it picks that whoever is speaking, it will pick the audio. And picking the right conference microphone design. These are for a studio based. Suppose if you are using software based and you are attending through Zoom and you are giving a lecture, so you may keep some headset type of that, and that microphone is not a omnidirectional, that is only a directional one, but that should have a echo free. These things are not, you should see that. Some these days USB based microphones are coming for a software based video conferencing. And if you are planning for a small room, as I said, omnidirectional ceiling overhead microphone would be the ideal one. Because, say example, this table, we are keeping some 10 microphones in this. So all, if I keep like this, what happen? Many cables will be there, no? So to avoid that, we can design the table to reduce the cables also. And if the meeting is a large one, and I have told you, if the meeting is in a boardroom or in big auditorium, then directional microphone will be the better choice. So they are located closer to the participants and thereby ensure better audibility even for a far side participants could hear it. Okay. And these are the advantages of omnidirectional microphones. See, if you see clearly that omnidirectional microphones or directional microphones, you can see that many acoustic ports in that rear. So where the air can enter. Suppose in that directional microphone, you can see that unwanted noise sometimes will come because of the, if you are nearby the AC or fan and all. But this omnidirectional will not pick these noises and lower plosive sounds also. Omnidirectional microphone won't have this, and less proximity effect also, and less handling vibration sound, and flexible positioning, and no polar pattern pickup problems. These are the strength for omnidirectional, but it depends upon your platform, studio platform or a meeting platform. You can pick the right microphone, whether it is a headset type or USB based type or tabletop type or even collar type, whatever it is. Selection of the microphone is very, very, very important. Maybe it's a small one, but that will spoil our conference. Yeah, this is display screen to view all the remote video or remote participants. See here, the viewing angle should be clearly, it should be placed, and the panel resolution and sound output power and the brightness, contrast, color, energy efficiency. These things we should see clearly while selecting the display screens. Earlier it was plasma screen, then LCD screen, then LED screen. Now these days we are using LED screens also, 40, 46, 52, 65 inch, 90 inch, 95 inch, 100 inch. We are getting various models and even video walls for big auditoriums. These things for to view the participant only. So this is the typical video conferencing studio. It should have two TV screens. Why we need two display screens? Say example, I'm the presenter and you are going to view my presentation. Suppose if you have two TVs, that is for a dual stream. We call it a dual stream. That is, one is for presenter and another is for presentation. And this is studio based components. And as I told you, the codec, that is a very, very, very important in the video conferencing system, because with just the digital compression, because the audio and video stream in a real time, we are going to receive that video and audio. Before transmitting, we need to compress it. So the codec is, we split into two, coding and decoding. The coding does the encoding type, then decoding is decompression and splitting the audio video original form. And again, two type of codecs, that is lossless and lossy. And lossless, I said, it is a same exact file of the original. So if you are capturing at the 1 Mbps means that will the 1 Mbps of the signal will be given to the card or device, and it won't compress. There is no single data bit loss. With lossless compression, every bit of data original in the file remains after it is uncompressed and all the information is restored. That means 100% will restore back. The lossy compression, here we get 90%, but we won't be feeling that we are losing the 10% of video. And the lossy also, there is one algorithm used in this, that's a predictive. Predictive means the video frames, because every images will be compared with the first image to second image, third image, like that it will be comparing. So while comparing the 10 frames, the cycle, the process, what will happen? It will scan for 10 frames. So for all the 10 frames, the particular pixel is not changing or the frame is not altering. So the next few cycle, it will be skipped. So it doesn't mean that we won't be losing the video, but to save the CPU time and processing time, but we will get the good quality of video only. Yeah, the process of video conferencing, two types. One is coding, that is a data compression. Then decoding, data transfer and decompression. So everyone knows this. Our audio and video will be captured through camera and microphone. And the collected data is a collection of continuous frequency and amplitudes, waves, ups and downs. Okay, it's an analog only, which represents the characteristics of color, depth, brightness, and shades. The captured data is now converted into data, digital, that is A to D, compressed into chunks of data, which known as the digital data packets. The reason for this compression is to get that maximum utilization of the allocated bandwidth. Say example, if I'm using this technology, 1 Mbps speed means my captured AV has to be compressed to the 1 Mbps, though it is 100 Mbps. Okay, then the second part is data transfer and decompression. Here, the compressed data packets from the data compression phase are sent to the service provider to the network. From the service provider, these data packets again transmitted to the other participants of the conference. Now, when the packets reach their destination, the codec decompresses it and converts and retrieves the data back to the analog video and analog video and audio. Now the end user can see it and hear it clearly. Okay, next is codec parts. The codec is either a software codec or hardware codec. The main functionality I have told you, it has to perform the compression and decompression processes. This process, because of to reduce the bandwidth. Right now I'm having a 1 Mbps bandwidth. For that, I have to pay it for the network service provider. But if my audio video is around 80 Mbps, but to transmit that original volume of AV, I have to send through the wire. Then I need that much of bandwidth. So I need to pay 80 times. So instead of that, the codec compress it and reduce it to the allocated bandwidth. And then only it will transfer to the next level. And the next important feature of the codec is support they give towards noise cancellation. Codec have acoustic echo cancellation it is having, and acoustic fencing and noise cancellation techniques also, so that which minimize the background noises in the conferences. Okay, and type of conferences. These are the point-to-point conferences, and the one-to-one customer conference, or some interviews, or promotional discussion, or personal classes. Anything can happen. Anything can be done through one-to-one via WhatsApp or via Skype. So more than 2 means it's a meeting or group conferences. Now this has became very new norm in our business. It allows you to connect the people all over the world in matter of seconds. Say example, these conferences, normally we plan it in such a way that this date and this time and all. It's a scheduled conferences. And suppose if your manager says that immediately assemble all the teammates in a minute, but your teammates are not in the same physical location. They are in various places. So what will you do? Immediately you can send a Zoom meeting link or any link, WebEx link or any link immediately you are sharing through WhatsApp, or you are telling everyone to join in a meeting. So within a second, wherever they are, immediately they are joining in the link, and you are forming a virtual meeting and you are conducting our regular discussion. So it can possible in a minute. This is the view of multi-point conferencing, and this MCU is nothing but multi-conferencing unit. And again, this is based on hardware based or software based. Hardware based means, suppose if you are having a 40 ports, means only 40 locations can be connected. And again, if you want to increase the capacity, you need to extend the hardware. Suppose if you are having additional slots, you can procure another card, and you can increase the capacity from 40 to 60. Suppose it is a software based, and you are having a license, WebEx license you are having, or any software license you are having. So that software application can connect you only 50 people. Suddenly your HOD is telling that we need to conduct a conference with the capacity of 200 people. Then what will you do? You can upgrade with the license, software license, so that the capacity can be increased to 200 people. And wherever the people, whether it's a home or in anywhere, they can join. And when the number of participants are increased, the process behind multi-point video conferencing became a bit complex. This is this hardware-based, I'm telling. And the multi-point, the MCU, the multi-point control unit, is a key role it is having. Okay, it is a central point between the connected components. This is a hardware device used to bridge video conferencing connections to make a virtual meeting center, where any number of people can dial. See, it's a hardware-based MCU, means it has been given an IP address of that, some number has been assigned. So in that cloud, whoever is, they will dial that number or dial the IP address or dial some short code, some technique they will be following it to join the conference. If it is a software based, again, as I said, the link will be given to all, and everyone from mobile or from laptop or from PC or from endpoint, they can dial the procedure to join, and they can join in the MCU. Suppose if only one-to-one means, this is the only one single view we'll be getting. Suppose if you are in a multi-point and we are having more than 100 people, or sometime 10 people, sometime 20 people. So depends upon the number of participants, the layout can be modified in a hardware-based MCU. In that hardware-based MCU, we change these layouts accordingly to the number of participants. Where it's a L shape, we can select, or even the small segment in we can select, or we can rotate the small picks also. So these can be possible in that hardware-based MCU. Whereas in software-based, the software, some people will allow you only 5 more layouts or 7 fixed layouts you can select. Usually they will select only the overlay like this only. Okay. And frame rate, everywhere people will say 15 frames, 30 frames, 60 frames. What are the 60 frames? Even while selecting a camera, I told you 1080p 60 frames. What is 60 frames? Why I need 60? If it's a frame rate, okay, that frame rate means the video is nothing but it's a movement of the images only, continuous images. So within a second, when it's 1 second, if you run the 15 slides and compare with that again, if you run 60 slides, you will see the quality of video between a 15 frame and 60 frame. So anything above 30 frames per second, and you won't have that the images were very, very clear and continuous one, and you won't feel any missing of the frames also. But we started with the 50 frames when we were using 128 kilobits per second bandwidth. But now we are having 6 Mbps bandwidth. With that, we can easily achieve 30 frames or 60 frames per second we can achieve. So on the anything above 30 frames per second and a 60 hertz refresh rate will make images appear very, very nicely on your display. And these are the frame resolution. This is that is standard deviation. We started with that SDU frame 720 into 480. Then we moved to partially high definition, that is 720p, that is a partially only. Then full HD is nothing but 1080p. And now we are moved to 4K video resolution also. Okay, what is the 720, 1080? What are these? When you hear these numbers, they are the pixels displayed in the video, width by height. For example, when you see 1080p means you can see that it is 190p pixel wide and 180p pixel tall. Generally, we define a video resolution, we refer to the height of the pixels only. So that is of 1080p. 720p we call it. Okay, and although various factors affect the quality of video streaming like frame rate, compression processes, but the video resolution is the most basic and most dominating parameter because it reflects the detail of the frames of the video. So resolution greatly influences the viewing experience, particularly when the video is played on a large screens. Suppose if I'm sending one image through WhatsApp, okay, it is a very, very precious one, and you would like to take the printout of that. So what you'll do, you will go to the nearest studio and you give for the printing. But if you take a printout of this much, it's fine, passport size fine. But if you want to take it in A4 size, or if you want to take a A3 size or a A1 size, the quality will not be good. Because the WhatsApp, it compresses the quality of video quality, the resolution, everything into the very less bandwidth. So the resolution greatly influences the viewing experience. The same way, if I give the video quality to you and you won't feel that for the greatness in that video. So the resolution should be a from LED wall to big walls, LED display to big walls. So the resolution is very, very important factor in the video conferencing. See here, you can see this is a small is a quiz SIF. It's only 176 into 144 and then a SIF. But we earlier we started the 4 SIF itself. 4 SIF is 704 into 576 pixels. Then during 2010 onwards, we started using partially HD, that is H720p video conferencing units. That means 1280 into 720 pixels. Now we are using minimum HD 1080p only. So, okay, next is aspect ratio. It is a proportional relation between the width and the height. For example, 16:9 is the correct ratio. That means every 16 inches wide image must be the 9 inches tall. The aspect ratio tends to be wider than taller for sharper definition. Next is I and P resolution. People will say that 720i, 720p, 1080i and 1080p. So I is the interlaced and P is the progressive. What is the interlacing video? So it is a technique for doubling the perceived frame rate of the video display without consuming extra bandwidth. What happens in interlacing is your eye is in relative gauge every alternate line of the picture of a frame. Your eyes, while perceiving the full image in motion, start filling in the gaps, making a complete picture out of it. Progressive scanning, this is non-interlaced. It is a technique of displaying or transmitting moving images in which all the lines of each frame are drawn in a sequence without alteration. So the progressive method delivers a better resolution in general as the motion of appears more fluid. So it is clear that the more horizontal lines of the resolution used to make each frame of video, the more detailed the picture will appear, making progressive scanning much better than the interlacing. Then compression technique, I have already told the codec does this. For example, 1280 into 720, that is 720p partially HD quality. It needs minimum 664 Mbps. Because 30 frames per second we are going to refresh that rate. So 1280 into 720 into 24 into 30 comes 664 Mbps. Which has to be compressed to the 2 Mbps or 4 Mbps. This is the allocated transport. Okay, next one is the bandwidth. Bandwidth, if you are using a software based, then you will be using a shareable network, broadband network. But if you have a very good internet connectivity, and your video will be very clear. Suppose if you are in a software-based application, then the bandwidth minimum dedicated line minimum 2 to 4 Mbps. And what is latency? Latency is suppose any delay is there. You can see the latency parameter. It takes a message to travel from one end to another end with any loss. Suppose I am sending in 10 packets, the other side is also getting a 10 packets. That means no loss. So there is no latency, there is no delay. And these are the standards. So we started with the ISDN technology, that is a H320. Then we moved to H323. And now the SIP is also in use. So this 323 defined by the ITU for video conferencing and allowed compatibility with other devices. That is, one 323 unit can talk to another 323 device. It's a desk phone or soft phone or video conferencing system. Now the SIP Even the SIP device can talk to another SIP device. And the 323, the H323 contains a many protocols. And especially this 225 is a call signaling between the two endpoints. Suppose from point A to point B, if I'm initiating a call, the 225 will get activated. The call signal will go from one to another one. And then the RAS is between the endpoint and gatekeeper. Suppose if I'm using a multi-point unit, so that time my call should go via gatekeeper only. From the gatekeeper, that will route it to the destination. Then the 245, this is a control protocol for opening and closing logical channels for audio, video, sometimes if you are sharing data also. And 235, that is for security within the 323, including both the signaling and media security. And 239 is for dual streaming. I have told you that is one is for video, another is for data. That means you can see presentation as well as the presenter. Then 460, this is for the again endpoint for gatekeeper only. And again codecs, video codecs, audio codecs, and text codec. And the video codecs, we started with the 261 protocol, then 263, now we are using 264. Similarly, the audio codecs also, there are many various type of codecs are that. Depends upon your bandwidth, you can pick that particular codec. If you are having a good bandwidth, you can go for a 726. If you are having a very less, you can go for a medium. And text codecs, while in the conference itself, we also give a text. And these are not for the common man. This is for the developers. The developers who is going to provide a solution for you. They will design such a way that, for example, they are going to give you one product at the minimum budget and minimum bandwidth using minimum infrastructure. So accordingly, they will select that protocol. They will select the standards also. Similarly here, we are in 264. We are using AVC or SVC and high profile. So this SVC is nothing but a scalable coding. This is meant for only studio type of technology. That is endpoints only will use it. That advanced coding, that is AVC, that type of technology is used in a software-based technology. And the latest one is 265. This will reduce the bandwidth by 50%. And this will give you the minimum information about that bandwidth and resolution and frame rate. And we started with 128 kbps, but now we are having a 60 mbps. Accordingly, we are having a very good resolution at the rate of 1080, and frame rate we can go for 60 fps or 60 or 30. And this is one more sample model for one endpoint. This is hardware type. And if you see the backside, yeah, anyone can use it easily. All the products will have PowerPoint and network. Network means LAN or any other Wi-Fi connection. But it should have a dedicated network. And then there will be input ports and output ports. Input ports, for example, it will come along with that one inbuilt-in camera. But additionally, if you want to add one more camera, so accordingly the input ports will be there. And these are the features should be available. And the codec inside the device, it should have this resolution. It should meet that protocol. It should meet that standards and all. This is the backside of the another one, another endpoint. This is another one. The concept is same. Every device should have input and output connectors. They may have some proprietary connectors, or someone will give you additional HDMI and all, so that you can connect HDMI devices. But rest of the things and all same. It should support dual stream, all the resolution, everything should, and even the encryption. Everyone should follow these things. So right now I have covered only studio type. Now I'll move on to the cloud-based one. See, the spread of high definition video conferencing technology and cloud-based video conferencing, it leads to the, and this is very reduced one. Say, establishing a studio-based itself, it's a very expensive one than using the cloud-based one. Here also, we can be two type of participants. One is guest, another one is a host. For guest, it's a minimum device is required, and they can join from mobile also. There is no not much cost and all. For host, at least they should have some proper room with a good lighting, good background and all. That's it. It reduces the cost compared to the studio type. You can have one laptop or one system and one HD camera and one speaker or a microphone with a good internet. How it works? It's a server client-based technology, and your PC, you'll be accessing internet, and the same PC you're accessing for now browsing, accessing your mails. These things all can be done. The same PC you can also use for software-based conferencing. So that software-based conferencing, suppose you are going to be only guest, you don't require to procure any license. You don't require to buy any accounts. So the host will share you only link. Simply you have to open that in a browser. Or if you are using a mobile and you need to open one app is sufficient. So while accessing through internet, you will be landing their video server. So this part is client and this part is server. And this video server will scan your code and will then only allow you and will allot that features. If you are a guest, what are the features will be given to you? Suppose if you are a moderator or if you are a presenter, the additional features will be given to you. Suppose if you are the host, then naturally you are having you have procured a license from any cloud-based vendor. To access that your account, you again use the same internet, you access their video server, then you can schedule it and you can share that conference details to the other participants. So components, again, here you need a internet connection, either LAN or Wi-Fi, and good web camera and a good system and either laptop and microphone and speaker. This is the very simple components for the cloud-based technology. And even for cloud-based also, say example, you can bring many participants. So to cover that, you can use PTZ camera also. These are coming now these days, USB PTZ camera also coming. So you select any type of good webcams. Similarly, the speaker also, here wireless, wired speakers also available in that market. So either from your desktop or from your room or from anywhere, you can access the cloud VC services. And these days, we have heard many of these things: Cisco WebEx, Skype, Zoom, LiveSize, GoToMeeting, Amazon Chain, Blue Jeans, Zoom, and video like this, and Jitsi, and many tools are in that available. And few are customized one, and we have to procure from the vendor, and some are open standards like Jitsi and all. We can and get it some free video conferencing in the web, in the available in the net. And these are very simple and powerful and flexible also. We can see the participants in a meeting with a high definition video and audio as such in a studio type, and brings again people in a virtual meeting. We can conduct meetings with the people across the multiple locations without any complexity. And these are the features. See, whether it is one-to-one conference or any webinars or any big meetings or any tele-education or whatever it is. So the screen sharing is a very essential feature, because this feature allows the users to share their screens and presence while being in the call. Users can simply go through the important document and support materials. If it's in a presentation or any demonstration, we can share it in that. So the screen sharing is very important one. Then the file sharing. Some software-based application, they are also allowing, while in a conference itself, I can send a big file to you. I can select, I can see the number, what are the number, how many participants are in that conference. So in that, suppose if my team head is also there, suppose if he needs some information to be shared from his desk, so I can send that file through video conferencing itself. So these type of features are not in studio-based technology. And again, video call recording is very easy also here. We can play later also. So the recorded one can be used for broadcasting also. So this is a very essential one, video call recording feature. Then chat box. While conference, we need not disturb the presenter. So to raise any query, one-to-one chat or broadcast messages or private messages, or can be possible. And then I'm talking about NIC video conferencing. So as I said, we are in this field from 1995, and till now we are having 2,400 plus studios across the country, in all state capitals, all the districts and all. And these services are for especially for meetings, monitoring mini projects, government projects, and here on RTA hearing cases and tele-education, telemedicine, launching projects and all, and extensively used by Honorable President of India and Prime Minister and Chief Minister and all. And these studio-based conferences, we need to schedule properly, so that we are having one portal called reserve.nac. In this, these conferences can be scheduled. And all these are having a 3 to 3 type endpoints only. And we are also having a very strong multi-point control unit we are having, and many multiple controller. So each state is also decentralized with this infrastructure to have a multi-point conference within a state. So during 2020, about 3.75 lakh multi-site conferences with more than 17.75 lakh sites of VC sessions have been used. I'm not extracting. This is the very highest usage during 2020. And this is NIC structure. So as I told you, these are the studio, one studio and another studio, and even people can join from telephone network or software-based technology. Also, they can join. And this MCU is essential to bridge all the multi connection. And gatekeeper is very another important point. Suppose if I'm using a multi MCU, say example, these are hardware based one. It is having some 40 ports. Suppose if I am using 50 capacity, then my MCU after reaching the 39th port, it will be cascaded with the next MCU, the help of a DMA. Automatically, that will be cascaded to the available of the next MCU. And apart from the studio based, and we are also providing a desktop based Video Connect, NIC Meet, Bharat VC. So people can join from any device, from any network, from any browser. So from anywhere they can join. And Video Connect, I think many of you have used this, and we are providing past 12 years, we are using this. And for every NIC officer, they have got one account in this. We are using one license for that. So what they can do, they can call another officer or in a point to point, or even they can use their virtual room. Or they can send their link to the non-NIC or any other department officer as a guest also. So they can join by using the NIC officer's link. And each NIC officer is having a virtual meeting room with a capacity of 50. So with that, they can host their internal meeting, or they can have internal discussion with NIC official as well as the department officials. And the support, another best point is the Video Connect. We can also connect from any endpoints. That is a hybrid type. And again, the supported resolution also from partially HD and fully HD and 4K also supported. Again, encryption also there. It's a 128-bit encryption also there. And features, everyone knows, any device, any browser, and the standards, security standards also, we are using AES 128-bit encryption. And it supports 300 webcast sessions simultaneously. And another one is NIC Meet. NIC Meet is nothing but that it's a Jitsi open source only. We have customized to meet our internal requirement during a pandemic time. It is a cloud-based one, and to help the government officials to interact with each other across the country on secure connection, one-to-one or multi-point also possible. Then these are the features which are any software provider give the same thing also. Here also we can use the guests can join through using a link, and again room capacity can be increased and can be recorded. All features are available in the NIC Meet also. Then the next one is a Bharat VC. This is also an on-premises VC platform which ensures the secure communication with the useful features that meets the government VC requirement and provides immersive meeting experience. So we also give a feedback to the development team, because during 2020 only the development team started this project. So we also give by using other tools like WebEx, Zoom, and Google Meet and all. What are the features are available? Those features also we clubbed and we brought into that Bharat VC. And this is the screen. Once you, if you are having an account in Bharat VC, this is the dashboard. You can see that conference, contacts, history, and recording. This is software-based Bharat VC application. You can access through any browser. And once you logged into that, you can see there are in that conference tab, there are 3 tabs. One is a scheduled conference. You can schedule it, date and time you can select. And again, you can select whether it is a repeated one, daily repeated one, or the daily means it's a permanent room, it's called a, or weekly ones, whatever it is, you can select. Then again, here you can see the active and passive. See, in any conference, see, all will not be interacting with the presenter. Say example, around 200 people are in the conference, hardly 50% will raise a query. I'm telling you, go the maximum side. So you, while designing that software based application itself, you need to plan such a way algorithm for providing that IO to all. Instead of creating that algorithm, this Bharat VC application developed such a way that only the 75 active participants right now can interact with the presenter and 200 passive can listen. So you can define two different links. So you can decide who can be in an active mode or passive mode. Again, that you can give this permission for a screen sharing also, and even you can select that mute while joining itself. So while scheduling, you can select these features and you can add that email address to send an email invite to them. Meeting invite can be sent to the mail also. Again, passive as well as active rooms are there. Once schedule that meeting, it will come in the upcoming features, upcoming schedule. This can be edited later also. Suppose you want to extend the time, because suppose if you are using a Google Meet or any conferences, there is a fixed of duration. But whereas here we can extend, and if you select while scheduling itself, you select daily, and it is a permanent room. And if you select with the some hours 1 to 2 or 9 to 5, like that, if you select, you can also extend the date, you can extend the time. That is possible after editing from the upcoming schedule also. And here also we can customize as a hybrid type. So any SIP point or any H323 point device, they can also join in the Bharat VC meeting link. See, I am sharing 2 links. For one is for active link and another is for the passive link. But for joining devices, so while joining, I will give them one code. They can dial that conference ID @ IP address, public IP address will be there. With the secured password, they should dial from the endpoint. So this will become again a hybrid one. And from 3 to 3 also, they means 3 to from studio also they can share the presentation. And waiting room, I have told you, while joining even any conference, the moderator only will allow the guest participants to join in the this feature these days all the software people are
Ma'am,
following.
sorry to interfere, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, already we are past in time. We have one more session, please, ma'am.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Please.
I'll wind up then.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Yes, sir. And then passive participant can bring into a active mode by moderator. Suppose the passive participant he wants to interact with the presenter. So the moderator can provide the feature. They can allow them to become active and they can also interact with the team. And again, here a recording is there, history also there. You can take the history of the entire thing. That is whoever has joined, from which IP they have joined, how many hours they stayed in that conference, and all the chat details. These can be taken as a log in a history log. And even Bharat VC sessions can be given as a webinar also. Broadcasting also there, live streaming. We can give it to YouTube or Facebook Live. That feature is also available in Bharat VC, which is not in NIC Meet or Video Connect. This is our entire schematic of NIC network. People can join from any endpoint via any network. If they are in a non-NIC, they can come via public IP address of the internet. Or if you are in NIC network or NK network, they can also join into our MCU. And similarly, video-based or Bharat-based, if this is in-house people, they can also join through NIC network. They can also be part of the MCU. Sometimes, like other broadband connectivity, if they are having, they can also join and make as a hybrid type of technology. Here, various platforms of network as well as the infrastructure people have joined. And this is a Zoom meeting. I have told you many Zoom meetings can be a hybrid also. Say example, one Polycom device, if they have a license of Zoom license, this is the device, hardware device. So what happens? They will have a conference room connector. Then they can also be a part of a software-based meeting. And this is the usage of NIC utilization from 2012 onwards. So you just see the graph during 2020, the usage is more, and 2020 and 2021. And this is a sample of my usage in this year, that is January 2022 to last month. And these many conferences we have done, these are the usages. This is last month usages, studio-based usages, and software-based usages. Just see that minimum twice, that is two times or three times. Sometimes we are also doing through software-based. And video conferencing is not a new method for the world. It has been there past 20 years or more than that, but evolved with the technology from time to time, from the ISDN technology to fiber technology, and from H3.2.3.2, now we have moved to latest level. And similarly, especially with the current pandemic situation, most of the organizations prepare and reform themselves for the remotely working practice. Even in post-pandemic situation, we can assume that they will continue with the hybrid workplace setup where video conferencing will continue to be a preferred method of conferencing. Thank you.
Even health situation, our ma'am make ours dot to point, point to pixel, pixel to frame, frame to a higher definition, resolution cameras. It's immensely a setup to transformation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. Sir, Mr. V. Manivanan, scientist, our senior technical director, High Court, is coming for network. Sir, the podium is ready, sir. Mr. Manivanan, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon,
Sir.
all, sir.
Sir, but your time is short.
I got
I'm
it.
sorry.
I already overshot our time.
Yes, our sister madam take more than the time allotted, sir.
I will try. I'll be very brief and very fast. Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
The topic we are going to discuss is quite familiar to us, and it is one of the most troubling topics to say.
Yes, sir. You can join.
Yeah. So you able to see the PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's transformed, sir.
Good. See this. Whatever topics we covered in the morning, all three sessions, they all are working based on this particular infrastructure of ICT infrastructure. This is called the backbone of the ICT infrastructure. Computer network is called the backbone of ICT infrastructure. Every device, any work, any software, everything will work only. The network connecting devices is working fine, then only it will work fine.
The sir screen share is something blinking, sir. Okay, sir. Now okay.
Yeah, I think somebody else is also trying to share. That is a problem. TNSJ WebEx is sharing a window. Okay.
Okay, sir. You
Okay
want
now?
sharing?
It is okay now?
Yes, sir. Your face is showing, sir.
But shared thing?
No sharing, sir.
Now it's okay?
Yes, sir.
It's okay, no?
Yes, sir.
Good. Computer networks. Two or more computers are communication devices connected by transmission media and channels and guided by a set of rules for communication purposes that allow users to communicate with each other and share applications and data. It is a very broad definition which is encompassing many aspects of a computer network. So every single word can be explained in a big manner. But anyway, since we are all familiar with all these things, we'll go fast. Why networking? Networking basically to share information between computers and people. That is for data communication. Network is a basic thing. Second one is sharing the hardware and software resources. To share the one particular node person cannot have all the hardware or software resources available to them. That is using the across the network, people will be able to share all those things. And for the centralized administration and support. Internet based, so everyone can access the same administrative or support application from their PCs. That is internet or intranet or whatever network. They can share the application from their individual places. So for sharing information, sharing hardware and software resources, and sharing and for administration and control, this network is used. So depending upon one's perspective, we can also classify networks in different ways. So based on the transmission media, we say this is guided transmission, unguided transmission. Guided transmission means it is simply based on the wires and cables. So we already know all the different type of cables which we are using in our networks. And some places we are using wireless transmission also, like radio, microwave, infrared, sound transmission. Based on the transmission media, networks are classified. This is one. Next, it depends on the purpose and size. Depending on the purpose and size, the network is classified. One is a local area network. This is a small network for covering short distance. A room or floor of a building, or unlimited by number of computers and distance covered. Usually, it is a single kind of technology used through the LAN and serves a department within an organization or something like that. For example, in our case, it is one code complex. Means if we take a code complex, that is a LAN which is set up there. Now, next one is wide area network. A network that uses long range telecommunication links to connect two or more LANs or two or more computer setups to connect. That is like connecting towns, states, countries, and campuses. And in our case, all the individual code complexes are connected through WAN. And there are other some specific type of networks available. That is called personal area network, storage area network, enterprise private network, and virtual private network. And they are all having their own specific purposes. And they are mentioned here only for the academic interest only. Our concern is LAN and WAN. Based on the management methodology. One is called a peer-to-peer network, another is called client-server network. So the peer-to-peer network is called a workgroup network. It is low cost and simple, no hierarchy, and all are equal. But client-server based network means it needs computers or clients which are working from the end nodes, and the network servers which are managing things from the central place. And it is having facility to show resource sharing, central administration, fault tolerance, and support more users. But it is little costly, and our type of networks are only the client server networks. And our network servers, I mean, that are set up at the higher level based on the network topology. Topology means it is a structure. Like a star network, any computer connected to a single point, more cabling, higher cost, data transmission through hub, and two or more computers may send messages same time. This is one technology, star technology. Another one is bus technology, single cable network, and many computers connected to the network at the same time. And this is a ring technology where computers are connected in a ring, and one computer takes information and sends it to the other. Like means in case one computer fails, means the whole network will be failed, will pass. Now the network setup we are having is called a hybrid thing. It is having a same bus technology, star technology, all built into one thing, and that hybrid technology is being used in our setup. Network to manage a network, we need a basic computer operating system which can manage all the network things. An operating system that includes special functions for connecting computers and devices in a local area network is called network operating system. See, many computers like our latest operating system like Unix, Mac, and our Linux, they are having network features built in. However, it is generally reserved for a software component which is managing the network resources and the other thing they are called as a network operating system. And that work is based on some protocols, how to manage a network, how to give permission, how to give facility to a person or to communicate between one and one and one and many. And many are vendor specific as well as proprietary available. Now, local area network or a LAN setup. Local area network, it is locally connects network devices such as workstations, servers, and routers. As already seen, this may be physical or wireless, Ethernet or Wi-Fi based, something like that. And the basic requirement for set up a LAN network is a workstation or personal devices like laptop, PC, mobile phone, etc., etc. Network devices like router, switch, modem, something like that, and sharing resources like printers, disk drives, and the storage network, and cables. Anyway, this is a basic thing. And internet connection in case we need to give internet connection or Wi-Fi connection to everybody. Instruction to set up a LAN network. We have to identify what services to be given in the network, identify what devices which will provide the services, and select the kind of network devices which will be used in the network. And after selecting, configure all the ports and networks, and plan and make the connections. Either make it as a LAN network or a wireless network, or connect all the workstations to the network, and test and check whether the network is working properly. Tips for setting a plan. Make a comprehensive plan about connections before making actual connections to avoid confusion. Carefully identify the requirements and size of the network and plan accordingly. Smartly choose the networking device which provides more flexibility to the network. Ensure the cable length is not more than 100 meters from one node to another node. Avoid laying cables in air ducts unless fire rated. Perform detailed testing of the network setup to analyze the actual performance of the network. These are simple tips how to set up an effective network. Virtual LAN. Virtual LAN is nothing but a LAN within the LAN, which will only address a selective audience. A LAN can talk to all the people within the network, but if you create a virtual LAN, that will become a domain-specific network. So every LAN is having every LAN setup is having basically managed by switch. It is having a default VLAN, that is virtual LAN, built into it. And it can be segregated into data VLAN, voice VLAN, management VLAN, something like that. And native VLAN is nothing but whatever is default VLAN which is available is called a native VLAN. Now, difference between LAN and WAN. LAN is a group of networking devices which allow the communication between connected devices. But the VLAN, virtual LAN, is used to enhance the performance of the LAN by restricting the usage or type of usage, something like that. So the main difference between LAN and VLAN is that LAN work on single broadcast domain. On the other hand, VLAN works on multiple broadcast domain. In the LAN, data packet is advertised to each device in the LAN, where VLAN, the packet is sent to the specific broadcast domain. That means we restrict our functionalities and connect people based on the same functionality in the VLAN, whereas LAN, everybody can see anything. Whatever is addressed to them, they can see. The difference between LAN and VLAN. Cost is high, cost is little less. Little less means it is working on the LAN, that is why it looks little less. Latency is high, latency is low in VLAN. Hub, router, and switches are used. Bridges and switches are used. Data packet is advertised to each device. The data packet is sent to the specific broadcast domain. Local area network is less efficient than virtual area network. Virtual LANs is greater efficient than the local area network. This greater efficiency comes because we avoid unnecessary function and only concentrate on whatever function we are required to work on. Now we'll see about network equipments. Repeater, hub, bridge, switch, router, gateway, network interface card. These are all the basic or rather important network devices. Repeater is a simple device which connects to network points to repeat and send the device implement to the other setup. This is one basic form of network connecting device. Hub is a little upgraded version of a repeater where it can filter information and send the information to the other device. It is basically a multiple repeater, send data without filtering to all devices connected. Also cannot find the best path for data packet, resulting in inefficiencies and wastages. So hub is divided into 3 different kinds: active hub, passive hub, and intelligent hub. Next is a bridge. Bridge is also a 2-port device which is a repeater with the added functionality of filtering content by reading the MAC address, machine address of a source and destination. It is sometimes used to interconnect LANs also. So this bridge is having of 2 types: a transparent bridge and source routing bridge. Transparent bridge may not be visible in the network. Source routing bridge having some additional functionality. Now coming to switch. Switch is the most familiar network device available to us. A switch is a multi-port bridge with a buffer and design that can boost its efficiency. It has a large number of ports implying less traffic. I mean, it is having large number of ports. It can traffic will be less. So to boost the efficiency and performance of a network, we are using a switch. The switch can perform error checking before forwarding data, forward good packets, and selectively to the correct port only. If the data packets are corrupt, it may not forward it. In other words, switch divides the collision domain of host, but the broadcast domain remains the same. Router is a network layer device like a switch that routes data packets based on the IP address. See, initially when we saw switches mostly don't have IP address assigned to them. Only latest version layer 3 switches, they are having IP address assigned to them. And router is the advanced version of network device which is working based on LAN and WANs together. It is connected. So it is a router. It is from local to outside LAN. It is connecting through WAN. Router divide broadcast domains of host connecting through it. And the gateway is a connector between one LAN network to other LAN network. It's a passage to connect 2 networks together that may work upon different networking models. They basically work as the messenger agents that take data from one system, interpret it, and transfer it to another system. They are also sometimes called protocol converters. They are highly academic interest only we are seeing this. And gateways are generally more complex than switches and routers. Gateway is also called a protocol converter. Router, it is to connect a network and network. And the NIC card, network interface card, is the device which is set in the our PC or any device connected to the network, which will connect to the cable, and it will be part of the network. Network addressing. A network address is a logical or physical address that uniquely identifies a host or a machine in the telecommunication network. A network may also not be unique and can contain some structural and hierarchical information of the node in the network. Internet protocol address, media access control address, and telephone numbers are some basic type of network addresses. We generally use we are very familiar with the internet protocol address in our networking. And MAC address, that is media access control address, that is lying in the background of the system. So this is a router, LAN 1, LAN 2, LAN 3, and everywhere we are having within the LAN we are having subsets of LAN IP addressing setup. The ABC in one LAN, These 4 are in second line, these 4 are third line. Like this network address setup is given. So now we will see what is IP address. IP address is the most widely used network address in a network. It uniquely identifies a node in a IP network. An IP address is a 32-bit long numeric address represented in the form of a dot decimal notation, which each byte is written in a decimal form separated by a period means dot. For example, 193.32.216.9 is an IP address, where 196 represents first 8 bits, 32 second, and so on and so forth. The networks are defined as a class A, B, C, D, and E based on their functionalities and capabilities. So network that includes large number of hosts, we say class A network, like generally we call this public network. The class B network, small size to large size, that is within our organization or within a organization spanned across a geographical area. Class E is the only small sized network that is within the single LAN. And class D and class E are multicast setup, and that is generally reserved as well multicast address, which in generally we don't have any interest in this. So this is how the network address is shown here. Class A value in first octet, that is first set of digits, it will be 1 to 26. Class B it will be 128 to 191. Class C it will be 192 to 223, and these D and E are not used in general. So what is the address range? What is the default mask? This is an example of how a class A B network will be configured. Now coming one of the important point, that network address translation. This is to connect two big networks and to reduce the confusion.
Sir, no voice, sir. Sir, Manivanan, sir. Sir, no voice, sir.
No voice.
Yes.
Ipo clear arga?
Yes, sir.
So network address translation is nothing but local only. If you see n number of network addresses will be there from each individual device, but all will be clubbed together and will be converted as a single IP, and it will go to the internet to get some information. While it is coming back, that IP address will be divided into the particular local IP address. Like assuming that from this IP, I'm asking for service from the internet. So I'll say 192.168.1.2 something like that. This is local network. It is coming to our network, and the NAT device, what it will do is it will mask the IP address with the single IP address and it send to the request to the internet. From internet, it will take the information, come back to the NAT device. And NAT device, what it will do is whatever marked IP address it will delete, and it will know the local IP address. Because whenever a information, the data packet is sent, from address to address will be known. So here it will only know the local from address, and it will send the information back to the local from address device. This is called network address translations. There are 3 different type of NATs based on the use and but they are still work as a simple NAT. That is static NAT, dynamic NAT, and port address translation. Stability, redundancy, and recovery of a network. Stability. What is stability of a network? Get equipment that all the features of a stable network are all the features that we have to build into the stable network. Like get equipment that can handle higher speeds. Reduce broadcast terms. Broadcast term means like in case like if you see in the video conferencing, if too many people are switched on the mic, we will see hear many noises. Like this, if LAN setup or in a network setup, if some particular equipment is unnecessarily creating data to be sent to other places, that will create noise. That is called a broadcast term. Broadcast that creates broadcast terms are multi packets that are normal, but issue arises when the broadcast traffic becomes abnormally high. That creates a broadcast term that consumes computer network resources to the point that network cannot function properly. Built-in network redundancy. Network redundancy means we'll have to add some extra resources in case one portion fails, other portion takes care. So that will ensure stability of the network. And block streaming applications. Like within our network, we'll have to block all the streaming applications which consume more data bandwidth, like video, audio, and social networking setup. Anyway, this is being normally done in every network. And check your connections. Even if you fix all the issues listed above, if your wiring is inadequate, you shall still have latency. So that mostly hardware people will take care of the networking setup, whether all lines are correct or something like that. And if all these features are set up in a network, it is assumed that it will be more stable. Redundancy is one aspect where we are setting up to face any event of a network failure. So if a network one portion fails, we are to immediately restore it by setting up a network redundancy in this. Network redundancy is a process through which additional or alternate instances of network devices, equipment, and communication mediums are installed. So it will take care of failover. Is primarily implemented in enterprise network. In ours is also enterprise network. We have 2-3 types of network, but network redundancy when it comes means we have to fully get into it and see that one network fails, other network is takes care of that particular job. Disaster recovery plan. Disaster recovery is nothing but a set of protocols that we'll have to keep in case any disaster happens. It is usually in the form of a written document where in the administrator or key IT person is having. Depending upon the underlying network and organization requirements, it may include plans and procedures for recovering LAN, WAN, wireless network, network-based applications, and servers and computer systems. Actually, this network disaster plan recovery, even with the completely fully written recovery plan, we are recovering our networks and applications running on the network on a day-to-day basis. So we are more familiar with the recovery work as such. So steps to successful disaster recovery plan. This is designate mission control as non-mission critical network segments. Design mission critical as well as non-mission critical network segments. Build resiliency into mission critical network segments. So data centers use dynamic routing protocols and virtual overlay network technologies. WAN resiliency is typically handled through software-defined WAN. See, if you see, almost all the WANs are software-defined WANs, where the resiliency is inbuilt in the software, which is handling the WAN technology. And configuration backups, network configuration management from a central location, automated backup application that remotely logs into each network components and copies and pastes the configuration. It is like if a full network goes down, all the configuration is available with us in some place where we'll just take the backup and for each device we set up the network and the network gets up in very fast. Cold spares, rapid hardware replacement. This is nothing but if any network component is down, we'll immediately replace with our spare component available with us. And set recovery expectations, responsibilities, and communication channels. Post outage root cause analysis. It is like a post-mortem of a network failure. But I think the basic topics we have just touched upon. I will share all the PowerPoint presentations of the previous sessions and this sessions also once again as it is presented. And if you have any doubts and other things, we can contact whoever is given email ID. You can contact and get the information. Doubts cleared. Anyway, thank you all for listening patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manivan sir. In time, everybody, those who are participating, our system officers and programmers, assistant programmers, they are already technically qualified. That's why I think there is no question. It's time. Is there any question? Friends, participants? Already I posted for questions. No question is posted till now. Okay, good. It's time. It's time to break. Thank you. Thank you for the participating the super program, which is overlimbing the technological know-how. Yes, good. Once again, thank you for all. Thank you. Thank you, SISR and the NIC team, the technical team, those who are providing the lectures for the all 4 sessions. And also immensely, it is very much. Thank you for all. Thank you for the Tamil Nadu State Judicial Academy for the great preparations and hosting. And also once again, we thank you, the Honorable Registrar IT and other registrars, Registrar Generals, those who are permitting me to conduct this program along with you. It's along with you only this program is successful. Thank you for participating. Thank you. Thank you once again. Signing off.
Thank you, sir.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.